at provisional data, I think since 2016, look at the provisional data, tells you that it has played a significant role in the tax collection. It used to always contribute about 30%, 40% of our tax revenue every year. And the provisional data we get each quarter was not as, it didn't have this big variance. It's the first time we are seeing such a huge variance, especially after the decision to restructure the VAT system.
Okay, but I want to, is there pushback on this industry?
No, not really. I mean, we are looking at two ways. We are looking at how we can generate a revenue for the nation and how we will not also be overburdening the businesses. So if there is a better way to handle it, I don't have a problem. But ideally, when we talk about tax, I've heard that we are not increasing, we are not introducing new taxes. There is one way of introducing new taxes and another form of increasing the rate for existing taxes.
Yes.
So they should be clear on that. If they are not introducing new taxes, the existing rate, they are not increasing it.
Yeah.
Because if they increase that, they have not solved any problem.
Yeah.
Already
you have just rolled over the problem to
exactly.
me, yeah?
Already there are a lot of taxes around. So personally, I don't expect that within this mid-year, there will be an introduction of a new tax and also increasing of existing rate. We have had instances where they say it's a mid-year budget. We are not having any major policy shift, but we always see surprises where they have a way of introducing new taxes. So we are holding on. We are patiently waiting to hear from the minister. Okay. But you see, as you have said, the compliance is key, and I think that this review came not long ago. I think it's about 6 months. Yeah. It took quite some time before they were able to finalize. I still strongly believe that compliance
a bit of time.
will go up and a bit of education as well. In fact, the tax is from government and those who are paying must be educated. The new system that is, we used to, I mean, you have a standard VAT and then we had a flat rate combined together. It was extremely difficult for a typical business person to be able to even to compute and to comply to all those taxes. Now it's relatively easier, but I expect that the GIA will do more education. For us as a chamber, we've had in almost all our branches, we've done sensitization for them on these new taxes on our own. We are looking to collaborate with GIA as well to further do that. It's when somebody understands the tax system, knows how to pay, and also the person is aware or knows that when I pay the tax, it will be used for a good purpose. The person will be motivated to pay. So they shouldn't look at only the payment of tax. How are they using our taxes? The roads that are there, we see them. They are all extremely bad now. Use the Cape Coast Road, use the Kumasi Road, use the Tema Road, all the exit points from Accra. They are bad. And they create another layer of cost for businesses. Cost increases because you go and see the cars that are broken down on the road. They have to be repaired. People are not paying more. So when I know I pay tax and you use it, I will pay. But when we have instances where we are hearing a lot of issues about corruption and the monies that we are mentioning are not small monies.
You're not motivated to pay.
Huge money.
Okay.
So somebody sit back and say, I struggle. I mean, for your normal salary, look at the tax you are paying out of your normal salary.
Yeah.
But you are done, about 40% of that is gone. And you expect that you go to hospital and you have beds, you don't have them. You expect that the roads are good and they are bad. You are spending more money even to fix your cars. What is the motivation to pay? In other jurisdictions where they pay tax, they see the result of the tax they have paid. Let us see the results, and people will pay.
When we talk about, Kofi, when we talk about the hip of the revenue collection, widening the hip of it, every now and then you hear pushback of how the port charges are. I go to the importer. And then ask, of course, Guta at some points, you do some importations and all of that. Are the port charges, are they comforting at least? Are they okay? And then, Kofi, you recall that the GRA had mentioned that we're going to find an informal way of collecting some sort of revenues because they believe that a huge amount of money is usually left in the informal sector.
Personal tax.
Personal taxes and all of those things. If you want to look that up for me. But let me come to you, especially on the port charges. When I come to you for Chamber, I know that you have a challenge of utility.
Yes.
And so you almost always say that the cost of doing business locally is more expensive and doesn't encourage competitiveness, especially for those who would import. Exactly. In my mind, sometimes I feel that the currency is not favoring the person importing. But when I come back home, the person who is pushing the industrialization agenda also tells me that, in fact, it is even more expensive to do business locally. But let me go to those who attempt to do importation as part of their businesses. Guta, what's the port looking like, the charges?
Okay. Now, when it comes to port charges, we have levies and fees that you have to pay, and then it comes to the main import duties. As for the levies and fees, we don't have so much issue with it. But what we have issues had to do with, the main import duties. And then that is the area that we think government has to do something about it. So in the run-up to the election, we had opportunity to meet the then candidate, His Excellency, and then we complained to him about the duties that we are paying at the ports. And then he promised that by God's grace, he assumed the mantle. He will see what he will do about it. So when they came into power, we were expecting, because he used a term that when he comes into power, he will rationalize the whole duty regime. I think that was the promise. That was the promise. Yeah, I'm glad.
Everybody pushed back. What is rationalization? I thought it was too also very ambiguous. So
government comes to power, and then we expect, the rationalization to be implemented. So when we had opportunity to meet them again, we raised the issue, and then they also said government also needs revenue, to embark on its agenda, and so government thinks that there are some loopholes at the port which is not enabling government to rake in the desired revenue that government is supposed to make. And so they also want to put in some measures. So after putting in those measures, then they can think of rationalizing the duty. And that culminated in the introduction of the publican AI. Yes. So since the implementation of the publican AI, government is raking very huge monies at the port, which we think is about time that you also look at the rationalization. Since the introduction of the publican AI to, I think, ending of June or thereabout, government has raked in about $300 million. About $300 million as import duties. And so we are of the opinion that since government is getting good money as a result of the publican AI, then government must also, come in with the rationalization of the duty regime. So it's one of our expectations that we are looking forward that the minister, should make pronouncement on that.
Okay. If you take note of the rationalization, it's just English to me until I understand it in very economic terms. But you have a big challenge with tariffs, and you say that that's even making cost of doing business in Ghana a lot more expensive. Break it down.
Yes. So almost everybody in Ghana uses electricity, more so consumers. But for businesses and in industries, the burden is extremely high in the sense that at the moment, every business or manufacturing company is paying a minimum of 20 cents per kilowatt hour. So imagine a steel company. Sometimes they pay millions of Ghanaian cedis just for electricity. But we are comparing ourselves to other industrialized countries because when we export, we expect that we should be competitive. We are selling at a price that will be appealing to consumers. So if other industrialized countries are doing 5 cents, less than 5 cents, and you are doing 23 cents, obviously you are out of the market. So businesses in Ghana, to be frank with you, are not competitive. But we have seen a trend where consistently there have been increases in electricity tariffs. Consistently, almost every year. Recently, there was one electricity and water. And when we say it's 5% increase, it's based on the previous one's base. So anytime there's an increase and you put on 5%, you are calculating it on the bigger base. So we'll be paying more than what we were paying earlier. And there's not been any instance, as one woman said, that he has not seen a government that has come and say, I'm reducing electricity. Always is going up. But if you look at the computation of the tariffs, the key indicators are inflation, the exchange rate, and the crude prices, the mix. Constantly, inflation was stable. Constantly, the cedi was stable. It was until recently that the geopolitical war that we saw the crude prices going up. So we have been wondering what have been causing this increase, and it's not been well explained. In fact, if you have their formula, you yourself you can put in and realize the electricity price should not go up. At a point in time, it should rather go down. Why is it that we are seeing the increment? Meanwhile, they are not explaining to us. I am told, I mean, they can come and clarify, that they have been secretly been introducing other variable that is pushing the Kofi says, I mean, he has also heard of it.
One Kofi says, he's got the data.
It means Kofi has heard of it. So why are we doing that to ourselves and ensuring that we will industrialize? The woman who is sewing there is using electricity. That is what he uses to pay the school fees. It's using to pay, buy food for the family. Meanwhile, you were expecting that businesses will expand and they will employ more people. The reflection is the high unemployment we are seeing because businesses are not expanding. In fact, businesses in Ghana have a lot of them. Some of the product we have capacity to produce, to feed ourselves and export more to other regions. There is one of our members doing tiles. In fact, the product is of higher standard that they are even exporting to the US.
That's interesting.
But the electricity bill they were paying, they were on what we call the bulk consumers. Most of the industries were on this bulk consumers. So they have a special arrangement. At a point in time, they moved all of them from that arrangement to the normal trend. So some of them saw their electricity bills increasing by 46%. 46%.
That's huge.
That is so huge. Some have capacity to produce. Now they are producing less than 40%. There's a flour company that can produce 100%, it can feed us. We don't even have to import and put pressure on our local currency. It's now producing less than 50% because of cost of production and cost of electricity. The tiles and the sanitary pads that we are seeing, there are companies here that are so their level of international level that they will produce and everybody will buy. They are not able to produce. So electricity, we have to pay particular attention to that. If you look at the ECG, about 30 to 45% of their generation, they can't account for it. And they turn around, put all this cost on us to pay. So I think we need to look at it holistically.
So these are very real and very real.
Just to chip in on the data side, so when the reports came, we decided to do our own independent calculation based on the indicators we know that PRC uses to actually calculate some of these tariffs. So for electricity, for instance, the independent checks show that maximum it should have been increased by 0.5%. Maximum 0.5%. But the expectation was that it should be maintained. But even if you should increase it based on the indicators, it should have been up by 0.5.
Okay.
But PRC decided to go north 3.49% or 3.5%, which was 3 percentage points different. And if you know those who consume a lot to actually produce, well, those are in the industry, you know that 3 percentage points.
That's a killer.
Is a lot when you're talking about tariffs.
Yeah. Rationalization. I'm not too sure in economics, in finance, in math.
I've got the promise here.
Okay.
That was the John Dramani Mahama's promise on the economy. This is resetting the economy and creating prosperity for all. And it was a very sweet promise that was given to the people of Ghana. It says that we will, quote, scrap the following draconian taxes within our first 100 days in office to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business in Ghana. We know the top three, but this is the side that nobody's really putting focus on, which is import duty on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. You are the ones in the industry. Have they been scrapped?
Well, in terms of agric and machinery inputs that he is talking about, I will not be in a position to comment on that, because I don't belong to that sector. But I am talking solely on the import
rationalization of the import duty.
Yes.
And that was a promise. It was supposed to be within the first 100 days. And we've done almost 2 years, right?
It may be a gentle reminder, and then that's what you're reminding them. But Kofi, let's take a minute and go to the Upper West region. Our colleague Rafiq Salam has put together a detailed report on the expectations of people in the Upper West region.
Hours to the mid-year budget, and what has one demand? Fix the Solowa Road. From drivers to dealers, they say it's bleeding business. We went to the ground. Fuel is stable. George says, but every trip on Solowa means repairs. Drivers spend their small money fixing cars, no feeding families.
Fuel prices, the fuel prices there, that one there is fine. Sometimes it's increased and then sometimes it's low. We want it like that. Well, the previous government, you can't even buy fuel. You buy fuel more than 2,000 from here to Kumasi. That's been affecting our cars. Anytime our upper arm, something will break, you use the money that you get small to work on the car. So we want we are appealing to the government that the government should give their support. He should give more money to the contractor to make the road fine for us.
Baba Moses Miro also shared his thoughts.
To me, it's not that bad, because if you look at the past, we used to buy like 1.5 to 200 cedis. So to me, it's not bad. If it's even 100 cedis, but still, it's not bad, because the past, it was more than that, and we are moving forward. So if you were buying lights 150 cedis to 200 cedis, and now you are buying lights 100 cedis or even 80 cedis, but I think it's good, it's okay.
For Alhaji Muskala, the #1 motor dealer in the Upper West region, he raised this concern.
We want the taxes, they should look inside of the taxes and look at the movement of the ports. It's very bad. Nowadays, before our goods to come out, it's a lot of challenges inside. So we expect the finance minister to bring changes inside so that it will help us.
Lots of expectations about the budget, and the people of the Upper West region precisely have spoken. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam.
And right away from I'm going to take you to Parliament, where the real action and the demands of the people in and other parts of the country will be happening. When we come back, we'll talk about a few things I know you're interested in. Do you like to hear about the Nkokon Kitten Kitten? I do want to. But let's go to Parliament now. Quickly, what do you have for me?
Well, yes, members of Parliament are now entering the chamber in their droves. We expect that the Finance Minister himself will come here pretty shortly. Proceedings have begun. The First Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, is currently in the chair with proceedings ongoing. There are a couple of business that will be done. There will be laying of papers and a number of issues that will all happen. And then ultimately, we'll hear from Dr. Kasla Tuforsin after 2 p.m. today to give us an indication of the mid-year budget review and what is to be expected. And so pretty shortly we are going to talk to a number of the members of Parliament who are now here. Member of Parliament for Swami John Dako is also here with me pretty shortly. And then we're going to go into the specifics of what they expect in the minority. Yesterday, we heard from Habib Idrisu, who gave an indication that they did not expect that the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasla Tuforsin, should be asking for more money. And the indication this morning is that there will be no money request from the Finance Minister. There will be no taxes request as of now, unless something drastic changes going into this proceeding. So pretty shortly, we'll speak to the members and get an understanding of them, the minority, whether they've caucused and they have an understanding of what exactly is to happen when it comes to the mid-year budget review, which is a very sticking point, because as from yesterday, there's been a lot of talk on the floor from both the minority and majority MPs on what the big ticket items should be from the Finance Minister when it comes to these issues. So let me talk to Honorable John Dako, who is a member of Parliament for Swami. Honorable John Dako, what are your own expectations of the Finance Minister coming to the floor today?
Well, I expect that the Finance Minister will tell us how the 133, the promise, is going to take off. The basis of every economy is a jobs report. What is a jobs report? The reports are dire. In fact, millions and millions of people are still out of job. The government's foremost promise was to increase jobs in this country, to ensure that thousands and thousands of the youth who are out of job will get jobs. In fact, it's rather the opposite, that since this government came, people have been laid off.
And you know, pushing too hard. They just said you passed the law pretty shortly, just about under a year ago. They said they are trying to set up the office so that they can properly roll it out. Is that not an explanation that is tenable for you?
I mean, it's a joke, man. Have you seen the particular law they are talking about? That law only sets up to find jobs for Guzitano and some, for about 5 or 6 people. The law, as you know, the 24-hour economy policy or law you're talking about, is setting up a job for Guzitano and about 5 or 6 people. The job report, for me, is the most important indicator as to whether this economy is doing well. And so far, we know that millions of people still remain out of job. So far, we know the 133 hasn't taken off. There's nobody in this country who goes to work in the morning, comes home for somebody to go and replace him in the afternoon. There's nobody who goes to work in the afternoon, goes home for somebody to go and replace him in the night. We still have the 5 to 8. People are even going out of jobs. And so for me, that's the best indicator, because we represent most of the youth in this country. And the only thing the youth will be satisfied is when the enabling environment is created for jobs to take off. Right now, as it stands, we don't have that. And so I am very, very sad, yes.
Look at the CD, look at the debt. The government will point to that to tell you that that is an indication of an economy doing well. With a CD that is balancing between 10 and 11 CD.
No, the CD is 12. In fact, yesterday I got $1 about
the Bank of Ghana figures is less than that.
Come on, let's not talk about that. We know the real economy. The real economy is out there. It's about 12.4.
Yeah, but they will say that 12.4 is better than what they took off, what they took from the NPP.
Okay, so
was about 16.
So what did they? No, it wasn't 16 when they took off in 2025. It wasn't. Let's be fair to ourselves. It was just about 13 or 14 or so. So let's not.
So that's still about 2 cities.
Yes. No. And what was the promise? When it came to 10, they were making all the noise, and we told you that it was as a result of the gold from illegal mining. The gold they are getting from Galamsey is what is shoring up this economy. You know, and I know, that half of the gold we export out of this country is from artisanal small-scale mining. And we know about 80 to 90% of artisanal small-scale mining is engaged in illegal mining. And so a government that is being propped by illegality, how do you tell me this government is doing well?
Right, thank you very much, Honorable John Darko there. Let me talk to Honorable Kojo Oponkrumah. When it comes to the economy, he is the minority spokesperson on the economy. Yesterday, you were on the floor, you talked about the report that came from your committee on all of these big issues. You have been warning the government that, listen, don't go out there celebrating too early because the signs are still there. The government will say that you are not willing to give them credit for the incredible job they have done, like you heard Richard Achampon mention on the floor.
That's their narrative. We always say that people should pay more attention to the data itself. Apart from the narrative that whether even the MPP or the NDC is putting on it, there should be more attention to the data. And the data speaks for itself. We are hoping that when the minister comes, one, he will be mindful of the fact that mid-year is not the time to announce new policies and new projects. Because we have heard the economic policy and we have approved so far in the first 2 years 650 billion Ghana cedis for the government to go and implement whatever priorities they have. The mid-year is an opportunity to account for how well you have implemented it. So I think anybody who hears new announcements, new promises, new strategies that they want to spend money on this or that, which is not in the original economic policy, should throw it away. Unless the minister is going to tell you, therefore, that he's cutting prior expenditure approval on this one and is moving the money there. It's audio money. It's one of the basic things. The second thing is that we expect the minister to be truthful to the data, not narratives on top of it, truthful to the data. And where he's having problems and he thinks that he needs to change course, be honest to admit it. I'm seeing here, they've just given us the order paper addendum. I'm seeing here Customs Bill 2026, Income Tax Amendment Bill 2026, Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2026, Excise Bill 2026. It was just handed to us. All of these are tax bills. These are all revenue bills. Is it that because, you remember yesterday in our press conference we said revenue is underperforming significantly, that's why now they are going back to the debt markets, there's implications for our debt sustainability. So, for example, if the minister comes and he says, listen, I admit that our revenue measures have not performed, we didn't get it right, and therefore we want to make amendments. That's why I'm bringing these bills. I think it's something that we can then all have a look at and as a republic make progress forward. If, for example, he wants to say that maybe by some miracle the revenues exceeded expectations and therefore these bills are to reduce the thresholds as well, we'll be happy to hear it. So I think first is to be candid. Second, where there are deviations, to explain how they are going to correct those deviations. And thirdly, not to use it as a platform to do new announcements, but to use it as a platform to account for what has been approved already.
Akufo Nkrumah is the ranking on the Economic Committee, speaking to us on what their own expectations are, telling us that they've already gotten their order paper. There are a number of revenue bills that have been brought. Of course, as of now, we're unable to tell whether it will lead to an increase in tax or a reduction in taxes. It could be anything. It could be some minor tweakings that the government will be looking forward to doing towards this. So let me talk to Honorable Kuma from Joseph Kwame Kuma from Kintampo. Honorable, the minority say they expect the finance minister to tell the truth about the true state of the economy. You in the NDC have consistently said that the economy is doing well. What are your own expectations of the finance minister when it comes before you in the next hour or so?
As usual, we want truth to be told to Ghanaians about the state of the economy now. Since the NDC took over power, you know that consistently what is yes is a yes to Ghanaians and what is no is a no to Ghanaians. The NDC, having come to power, having been favored by Ghanaians since in the inception. For instance, if we go to DACF, we have allocated 80% of the common fund to the metropolitans and district assemblies. And out of that, we've made a reset agenda there that 20% of that DACF is solely for basic education and infrastructure. And as I'm telling you, EduWatch, an NGO that is neutral, is telling me, the Vice Chairman of Education Committee, that the whole of the 8 years that had passed before JM came to power, the implementation of education infrastructure was 0.5%. But now we are having every district at least one educational infrastructure. If it is not a sales unit classroom block, it is teachers' accommodation. If it is not teachers' accommodation, it is about a nursery block. This is what we are talking about, okay? So implementation, so far not less than 700 infrastructure, business school infrastructure is on the ground. 1.5 years, my brother. You are aware, Joy, you have been very current in the system. Have you heard of any parents complaining about when schools are going to unceremoniously break or reopen? Everybody is on a comfortable move. We know when our daughters and children are coming from school, no school headmaster is complaining about shortage of food or otherwise. Yes, they did complain a bit about perishables, and just they were released. WAEC, West Africa examination, you know, nobody is complaining about lack of funds to repair their machines or to pay markers and all those. You see, these are the benchmarks that we should use to know that the country is doing very well.
So in your perspectives, things are good?
Things are good. You see, things are good. The health sector, through DACF, every municipality, every district is having a chip compound that is going on. The Mahama Care, we had a briefing at Volta region recently. They have implemented every region. People who are listening to you, if you are a cancer patient, every region, Mahama Care has started by way of a coordinator in every hospital. If you go to the regional level, if you have cancer or any chronic disease that Mama has promised about Mahama Care, there are coordinators there. Go, they will process you and you'll be treated free. Osage or Mahama. My brother, you see, the government has come to work and not to joke with anybody. So the finance minister coming to represent His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is coming to tell us more. Just the day before yesterday, we approved educational fund, of which is a loan of about $330 million. Okay, almost 86% of the fund is going into educational infrastructure. Okay, the road minister has gotten about $500 million. And Kwaku, do you know, those are going into feeder roads. And the road minister did indicate on the floor of Parliament that look, they have negotiated now. Hated to this, before this, those funds, they will tell you some are for land cruisers, some are to be used for workshops and what have you. This government has insisted that they don't want any consultancy from any foreign person. They want their feeder roads engineers. They trust them enough. They should do that. And because of that, as much as 90-something% of the fund is going to be used for the construction of roads. This is what we say about Papa in the local parlance to say that, look, the government is really for the people, and it's of the people, it's by the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kumala. I'll talk to Honorable Akufo-Addo, who is a member of the Health Committee. He's been in what he expects to be the minister's work when it comes to health. I mean, health is one of the big ticket items people have been looking at. What are your own expectations generally of the finance minister today, but zooming specifically into some of the big ticket sectors like health? What will you be looking at?
I think that the big controversy on health now is about Agenda 111. I mean, the last time the minister came here to give us the main budget, he mentioned that government had earmarked $100 million to do 10 Agenda 111. And we had our doubts, because you see, if you look at the Agenda 111 itself, each hospital must be equipped with equipment amounting to about $4 million. And so if you say you are providing $100 million for 10 hospitals, I do not know what you're going to do with that. The last time the health minister came to Parliament and he came to answer questions on Agenda 111, he said that now Cabinet says it's going to do 35 Agenda 111. If we have not had any information on the 10, the $100 million were 100 million cedis were allocated for. How then do you jump to 35? And so if they want to be truthful to us, we want to see how much they have earmarked for this 35, and then we will follow suit to know which ones are going to be completed.
Is it your view that the government perhaps don't want to complete the Agenda 111 because it's a legacy of the NPP administration, and they will say in response that, listen, the NPP government should not have started 111 facilities across the country at a go when you did not have dedicated source of funding for all of those? How do you respond to that? Plus, whether you view the NDC government's reticence as perhaps they do not want to finish it because it's your legacy?
Now they are doing 24-hour markets all over. Even in my constituency, we have already 3 markets, but they are allocated money to do 24-hour markets. The Domahin has spoken. A lot of people have said that it is more important to have hospitals than markets. You know, because why would you want to grow an economy, a buy and sell economy, when every economy grows on industry, on productivity? You understand? Yes, if you build a market, you definitely have people to come and take the stalls and start selling. How many people have money to buy from these stores? Those who are already sitting in various markets are complaining people don't buy. You understand? So we don't understand this government, why they will want to leave the Agenda 111 and play lip service to them. If you are saying that we've littered the place with this Agenda 111 hospital, what are you doing with the 24-hour market? At least we are sure that we are working towards the 2030 health for all. You understand? The global vision of having access to health facilities by 2030. You know, so if clearly there are some districts that don't have facilities, some districts that don't have hospitals, and we decided to grant them this opportunity. At least look at those that are in dire need and make sure you provide them. And so if they want to play politics with health, Ghanaians are there watching.
And before now, Alexander Akufo-Addo there telling us about what he thinks is the lack of priority on the part of the government. He does not understand why the government is on a campaign to build markets and not hospitals and all of that. So we'll speak to a number of members of parliament who are coming in, but more and more members of parliament are now arriving here in parliament. Proceedings have begun, and it is 1:45 p.m. That is the time Finance Minister Dr. Kassil Atufossin is expected to be here to present the mid-year budget review. But if everything we've seen with budget reviews, the budget itself is anything to go by, usually they do not start on time. And so we do not expect that at 2 p.m. the Finance Minister will be standing at the dais presenting the mid-year budget review. It may take some time, perhaps 2:30 or even 3 p.m. Also because Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagwin, as we speak now, is simultaneously delivering a lecture on the Supreme Court at 1:50. Usually he likes to be in the chair when these momentous occasions are underway in Parliament. So perhaps we'd have to wait for that event to end, for the Speaker of Parliament himself to take the chair before proceedings as it relates to the mid-year budget review will begin. But we've been hearing from MPs on both sides. The political footballing game is ongoing. No party is willing to cede grounds because they say either the government lacks the priority or they believe that the government has achieved enough. So the NPP in particular should be praising them for the kind of work they've done. And so it's going to go on. Tomorrow it will be the first day of debate on this. On Saturday, Parliament will sit. There will be a number of debate. On Monday there will be debate until I think on Tuesday when the minority and majority leaders will all conclude. You see behind me the Chief Director of the Finance Ministry together with the Clerk to Parliament entering the chamber. That perhaps a signal that things are going to happen pretty shortly with the Finance Minister arriving very soon. So MFR, Akufo-Addo and the rest of the team, this is the situation here. A lot of people with a lot of expectations in terms of what Dr. Kasala-Tuforsin should be presenting, with so many others, those in the majority saying that the government has laid an important blueprint, they've delivered on an important policy premise, and that Dr. Kasala-Tuforsin is going to build on it in this. Kojo Nkrumah talking to you and talking to us about the specifics of the number of bills that have already been listed on the other paper, revenue bills that he says to signal that perhaps because revenue isn't doing very well, the government is looking to tweak some of those laws. We'll get to see all of that when proceedings, when it comes to the media budget review, begin pretty shortly on the floor of Parliament, just behind me, MFA.
Solid pleasure, Kuku. Thank you so much. I trust you to bring me everything that would be missing even when we are not in Parliament. And just exactly when the minister walks in, we definitely will take viewers back. But exactly at 2 p.m., my colleague Darryl Kwao will take over and continue with conversations, the build-up, the during, and even the after. But Kofi, you picked up a few things when Kweku was engaging some of the members of Parliament. Kojo Nkrumah made some comments which you caught. Your ears are really smart. Yeah. Let's run them through. What are some of the expectations per the ranking on economy and finance?
What we are learning is that maybe there will not be any new taxes that will be announced. And if you know how Ghana's media budget works, it's when you are in crisis, that's when you expect new taxes. But don't be surprised if you hear, just according to the minority, modifications and some rationalization, amendment to some of the existing taxes. And as Kojo Nkrumah was speaking, we were counting the number of amendment that government has actually tabled currently on the order paper, and the minority actually put that out. 4 of them, including excise duties and all of that. But MFA, you were talking about the Nkokon Kete. It's a big project because I'm looking at the budgetary allocation here. It's big money going to the Nkokon Kete program this year. And if you look at the budget, it's around 245 million Ghana cedis that we've budgeted for Nkokon Kete. So if people are eating them and not rearing them, we should be worried. 245 million cedis.
I mean, they have eaten 245 million cedis.
If the government has released that money.
No, I think there's been a sudden pushback by the minister against that money hasn't been released. So far, what they've been spending is from previous budgets. That's what he's been saying.
But I want to walk you through some of the big, commitments in the 2026 budget and try and see whether they are at risk, on track, or low. So first one is a big push. Our assessment shows that currently it's a bit low, although it's on track. Roads and Highways Ministry, their maintenance, we understand that there's a new money coming in, but it's still low. Education is on track. School feeding program on track. NHIS and free, primary health care, because of the underperformance we are seeing in the NHIS, or the NHIL levy in the first quarter. It's still on track, but very low. Ghana Medical Trust Care, which is the Mahama Care, currently on track. 3 new region hospitals is at risk. Complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals at risk. Energy sector shortfall payments currently low, but still on track. Legacy IPP debt on track. Rural electrification phase 1 low or at risk. Oil palm finance window. That's something the finance minister was very particular about. That it's low, and we believe that this year it is at risk. Women Development Bank on track, but it's been low because the finance minister needs 400 million Ghana cedis. He says that money is in an escrow account at the finance ministry. 24-hour economy program slow. And at the moment, our assessment shows that it is at risk.
Okay, thank you for that good wrap. By the time you'd be seeing us after 2 p.m., you'd be seeing the Guta president. And so I may just want to take your final words, especially on what we've said so far. You've been quite apt on what you hope to see or hear from the finance minister, but I'll give you the final.
Yes, one major expectation that we want the minister to make pronouncement on is just what Kwame just...
Kofi.
Yeah, that has to do with the Women's
Development Bank.
Women Bank. Yes, that is one area that Guta wants to see it's operationalized because, like we all know, we have a lot of women doing business as far as trading is concerned. And we think with the coming in of the Women's Bank, it will enable most of our women to access some facilities at a very moderate interest rate. So we want to hear some pronouncement as to when this Women's Bank will come into operation, because there has been a lot of talk about Women's Bank, but we are not seeing anything about it. So we want to hear, some specific pronouncement as to when its operation is going to start, so that at least some of our women, can go there and then access some funding. My last thought will have to be on this Nkoko. Yeah, I think the intention of the government was to, bring in this policy as a means of curtailing the huge import bill that has to do with the importation of poultry, because government spends, I think, close to about $400 million by way of importing poultry. So I think it was, I see it as a good intervention, to curtail this huge sums of money that government is spending. But maybe the way and manner government is implementing it is not the best, because you cannot give somebody maybe 100 bears, 100 bears or 200 bears, and then you tell the person to take it home and then, do
business with it.
Yes, it doesn't work that way. So I was thinking maybe they should have teamed up with the Poultry Farmers Association, so that they could work,
cooperative.
Yes, cooperative, so that they could work something, out better for them to be able to, achieve their ultimate goal. So that would be my final, submission.
Well, unfortunately, Mark, you don't have final submission because you're in this with us together all through and through. But Kofi, I would be knocking off. I just know that some way, somehow, you would be back here some way, somehow. But in the meantime, we'll pause here. This is our continuous coverage of the 2026 Media Budget Review that will be presented by the Finance Minister in Parliament. If, as promised, 2 p.m., we shall go live to Parliament and bring you that presentation. But otherwise, do stay with us for that continuous 360 coverage as my colleague Daryl takes over. Thank you for watching.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
So this strategy will lead. Oh no, not again.
Sir, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working.
Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every Left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power.
Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better. Upgrade your print game with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySat Technologies. From all-in-one machines that print, scan, and copy to professional systems and heavy-duty production machines, we deliver unmatched performance. Right now, SkySat has an unbeatable offer. 1 entire year of free servicing on all Konica Minolta machines. That's 12 months of expert maintenance for new and existing customers. Visit our new VIP Print Center at Pegasus Place, Airport Residential Area for a live demonstration. Call us on 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. Again, it's 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. SkySat Technologies. Performance that delivers every time.
Ghana, are you ready for the stage event of the year? After an unforgettable debut that left audience asking for more, No Man of God, the musical, returns bigger and better. A spectacular blend of music, drama, dance, film, and breathtaking performances. Date, Friday, 24th July 2026. Venue, National Theatre. Tickets, 200 cedis regular, 500 cedis VIP. For tickets, visit www.nomanofgod.com or call 0542-972-220. This is not just a show. This is an experience.
So, this strategy will lead... Oh no, not again.
Sir, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working. Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power.
Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
As the sun rises over the city of Accra, its warm glow settles on one of the city's most thoughtfully planned communities, Lakeside Estate. And once again, something exceptional is unfolding. After the successful sale of our 4-bedroom Orca at Lakeside Hills, a new masterpiece is about to make its debut. An exquisite 4-bedroom story Orca home overlooking a breathtaking landscape of the Abri Mountains. This remarkable home now features a total floor area of 330 square meters, set on a generous 7,140 square foot plot. Step inside and you're welcomed by a spacious foyer leading to an open living and dining area, paired with a modern fitted kitchen with a stylish island crafted for the ultimate cooking experience. On the first floor, family living takes center stage. Spend quality time together and enjoy the convenience of a newly added infinite kitchenette, perfect for warming up your coffee or tea. For our esteemed homeowners who value privacy and productivity. A dedicated study area has been beautifully integrated into the design. This new home is a testament to trust, craftsmanship, and modern living. A space where elegance, comfort, and style come together effortlessly. Book your spot today by calling our sales expert on 020-477-5040 or 020-477-5042. Lakeside Estate, quality homes for all.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to our special live coverage of the 2026 Media Budget Review. I'm Daryl Kwao, and for the next few hours, we'll bring you comprehensive coverage, analysis, and reactions as Finance Minister Dr. Akufo-Addo presents government's assessment of the economy to Parliament. This review comes at a time when government says the economy is showing signs of stability with inflation easing, a relatively stable cedi and improved investor confidence and continued implementation of fiscal reforms. While today's presentation is expected to provide an update on how the economy has performed in the first half of the year and whether government remains on course to achieve its fiscal and growth targets. While mid-year budget reviews do not typically introduce major new policies, they are an important measure of government's performance against the commitments made at the beginning of the year. And of course, investors, businesses, development partners, and ordinary Ghanaians will be paying close attention to what today's statement says about revenue mobilization, expenditure management, debt sustainability, and the outlook for the remainder of the year. So it's 2 o'clock. We're expecting that the Finance Minister will make his presentation. We will be heading to Parliament to find out what's happening there right now. But I just want to introduce my guests in the studio this afternoon. Partner at Deloitte, Yalate. It's been a long while, but good to see you here in the studio. Also, Magbedo Abuaje, who is the Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And of course, the data guy, he's got all the figures and he's been massaging them for us the whole of this afternoon. We are going to hear from him because you have some interesting data, Kofi, on expenditure, debt, IMF program. All these things are very important as we look ahead to the presentation this afternoon. But before we come to all of that, we want to head straight to Parliament. My colleague, George Rafe, is there for us to give us an update on what is happening there so far. We expect that at this moment, the Finance Minister will present the budget. We understand that Parliament proceedings have started. George, if you can hear me, any news on when the Finance Minister gets to make his presentation?
Daryl, yes, we are in Parliament right now, and if you have any chance to see proceedings in the main chamber, the deliberations are ongoing right now, but I haven't seen the Finance Minister yet in the chamber. A few minutes when I left the chamber, he is not in the chamber as you speak right now. Even though earlier we're given the 2 p.m. time, it doesn't look like as we speak right now, Daryl. That time we met in terms of the minister coming to the House to do the presentation. But they are doing the normal bill reviews and engagement and debates in Parliament. And again, before I stepped out, the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament is the one who was chairing proceedings. I don't know whether the Speaker himself is coming right now. So this is what is happening here as we speak right now. But I've been trying to engage some of the members on the majority side and to see what are the expectations or what have they pick up. I have with me here the Member of Parliament for Ekunfi, Mr. Akufo-Addo. Anybody who knows him, somebody who played in the financial sector for quite a long time, the treasury sector and the banking space before he came to Parliament. So, Mr. Akufo-Addo, Honorable, what has your leadership been telling you in terms of what Honorable Akufo-Addo will present to the House in a few minutes from now, because we know a lot of things are changing. There was something that was put out earlier. The ministry is trying to record that as well and all those things. What should we expect from the finance minister when he comes to the House in a few hours or minutes from now?
Thank you very much, and my greetings to all your viewers. I think today's budget reading is my expectation is really about how we are going to sustain the gains we have made. I mean, looking at the background of where we had come from and where we are now, sustaining it is quite critical for us to grow as a country. But by and large, I think that what matters to the Ghanaian is basically our job creation, sustaining the gains to the extent that we can create the enabling environment for business to thrive. And so far, it's worked well. The minister has done quite a yeoman's job. I believe that what is left is for the transmission mechanism of these gains we have made into the lives of Ghanaians. So far, a lot of things have been put in place. If you look at the agricultural sector, the energy sector, the health sector, yes, all these sectors are responding to the gains we have made so far. However, I think some of the things that they are thinking about doing is a matter of time. Let me give you an example. The government is talking about setting up a new gas processing plant with a view of trying to cut down the price of energy. Now, if that happens, we know the effect. Businesses begin to do more, they begin to produce more, manufacturing sector will begin to pick up. And then the whole value chain in the manufacturing side will begin to show face in terms of the lives of Ghanaians. So for me, my expectation on this particular budget is how we are going to look at the transmission effect of all these gains into the lives of Ghanaians, as well as the revenue side of things. How we are going to boost revenue. I know there has been discussions on VAT. Government has done quite a few on the threshold and also reducing the rate itself. Today, interest rates have responded quite well. They have moved from highs of about 35%. We are doing less than 20%. Inflation is doing 5%. The reserves are doing okay. However, the businessman on the street is looking at how these gains that we have made can be translated. Assuming he goes to a bank, is he getting that? Yes. Those are the things we are looking at. And also how the social impact of all these benefits are going to get to the Ghanaian.
But Honorable, let's look at, I mean, you've talked about the expectations. What are the briefings that you've gotten from your leadership meetings about what the minister is likely to touch on when it comes to the House?
I think by and large, his objective has been on sustaining the gains he has made and translating the gains into creating job opportunities, especially for the youth, and also ensuring that whatever fiscal space he has created will translate into the manufacturing sector, industries, and be able to grow the economy to an extent that we, the Ghanaians, will benefit. By and large, I think that a lot of plans have been put in place. Like I spoke about this gas processing, we are talking about contracting a few loans, definitely like you saw in the past few days. Literally, all directed at creating infrastructure that will garner enough strength for the economy to take off to the point that we cannot benefit. So my expectation still remains that as far as the minister's work, which we've all seen where it's gotten to, we expect a lot more to be said as far as how it's going to translate and also build industry, manufacturing, road sector. Yes, we have seen a lot of work going in there. However, we are looking at the revenue sources that was going to boost this whole work that he's doing to the extent that the Ghanaian will benefit.
And that was the Member of Parliament for Kumfi again. But again, engaging some members in Parliament and even government itself, and even the Ministry of Finance as well. You get the understanding that the thinking behind the minister when he says that maybe he will not be asking for additional expenditure to spend, because he still believes that if he check on waste in the system, if he reviews some of the numbers, he could still work within the appropriation as well. But those are the things that were picking earlier. It looks like certain things are changing as we speak right now. So let's see what the minister will come up with. But what we also picked up is that don't expect any wild surprises when it comes to the House to do the presentation in a few minutes from now, or maybe in an hour from now, Darrell, in terms of his presentation to the House on this mid-year budget review to the House and Parliament today.
Thank you, George Efe, for the update. Just in case you're wondering why we haven't started the budget presentation yet. We understand that the majority leader is on the floor while the finance minister is around. Essentially, the speaker wants to be in the chair when the presentation is made. He's also asking for a suspension to wait for the speaker to come. And so it looks like things are going to be delaying for a while. But we know that the finance minister is around. The speaker isn't, and the majority leader is asking for the speaker a suspension so that the speaker can come in and then the finance minister can make his presentation. So while we wait for that, I just want to start with you, Yao Latte, because we haven't heard from you the whole of today. Talk to us about your expectations for the budget presentation this afternoon.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I guess good afternoon to you, our viewers and our listeners. So in terms of expectation, I guess a typical accountant will look at it in 2 or 3 ways. So what's your top line? Your top line is your revenue. We want to increase our revenue without increasing or introducing new taxes. So the taxes that we have, as the Minister of Finance said before, that we have all the taxes, we have all the avenues to raise the money that we need. So we don't need to be introducing new taxes. And so for us, how do we increase the top line or increase our revenue without introducing new taxes? And we take comfort in the fact that it assured us that he's not going to introduce new taxes, and that's good. On the other hand, we're also looking at a situation where over the last few years, in the last 2 years, you've realized there's been a decline in expenditure, or government has controlled expenditure, which is good. But what that means is that some other aspects of the economy also get affected, particularly our capital expenditure. At the beginning or last year, the 2026 budget, there was an ambitious capital expenditure plan. We want to see how government embarks on these programs without necessarily destabilizing other aspects of the economy. Because what happens is that if you overspend, you put yourself in a deficit situation and it destabilizes other aspects of the economy. So now that we have opened the purse, we are going to spend more. We are going to embark on an ambitious capital expenditure program. We should be embarking on capital expenditure programs that are self-financing or that have earmark financing associated with them. So historically, you've seen we've embarked on certain programs and they get stuck. So previous government will have the same situation. The new government comes, nobody continues, and then we just leave them in the bush and we allow them to rot. I don't think that should be the way forward, and it doesn't help us as a country. So that's investment that we've locked in the bush, whether in the form of schools, hospitals that are not completed. We've locked our investments. So for me, these ambitious capital expenditure programs should be streamlined properly. The government has got, let's say, 2-3 years left. The capital expenditure program should be such that they should be completed within their tenure. They should be self-financing, and they should be investment that has got earmark funds allocated to them. The third thing is also to look at the impact of external development. If you look at inflation, we ended the year, well, remarkably, and then we started January at about 3.8, dropping to about 3.3, 3.2. As soon as the war started on 28 February, Iran, Israel, US war started 28 February, we saw the impact. So from April, inflation started trending upwards. So as we speak, you see the inflation has risen to about 5.2. So all the way going down to 3.2, now it started trending upwards. So is this trend likely to continue? And if that's the case, what's the strategy to avert that? Because the war has restarted. Or
it probably may get worse, because I was just reading just before we got on the air that crude oil had reached $100 a barrel.
Excellent. And the last inflation estimate that was reported, the key drivers are transport, which is a function of the increase in fuel prices and price at the pump. So if oil price in the world international market is going up, certainly in a deregulated market as we find ourselves, we will see the impact very soon. And what it means that cost of transport will go up and cost of other related activities will go up. And so inflation is likely to go up. So for me, it's not just about not announcing new tax and etc. But we've seen international development which is likely to impact our economy. And so what is government program, what is government policy to avert that? Because we've suffered that when we went through COVID, we suffered that under Russia, Ukraine, and then we can't avoid the Strait of Hormuz development because certain is going to affect us. And so what buffers are we picking or building to protect the economy or to protect ourselves against the impacts?
Yeah, I just want to let our viewers know that right now we understand the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, is walking into the chamber with the Finance Minister. We'll get you those shots pretty shortly, but it looks like things are going to get underway very soon. The Finance Minister making his way to the chamber with the Speaker of Parliament as we await that presentation. And just in the last few hours, you're also hearing that there are some tax bills that are up for amendment. We are hearing the customs bill, the income tax amendment bill, value-added tax amendment bill, the excise bill. Your thoughts on how things are going to play out?
Yes. So, and I like the development because if you are talking about taxes, there are three main strategies that you get the impact of taxes in an economy. The first one is to enforce existing tax laws or tax policies. That's number one. So what it means is that you have your VAT at 15%. You don't increase the VAT percentage. You don't amend the VAT Act. What you do is you widen the net. You ensure that those who are supposed to comply with the law are complying. So this morning I heard some of the discussions that people are collecting VAT and are not paying to government. So it's government money they are taking and not giving to government. So that's very important. The second one is to amend existing laws to make them reflect the current situation. So you don't necessarily introduce new taxes, but the existing law is amended. And one of the very important developments that happened, for instance, is to increase the threshold for people who are supposed to register for VAT, for instance. So increase it by about 250 to about 750. That was very important because the person whose sales revenue about 250,000, the administrative cost of even registering for VAT is just too much for the person. So you are amending the law to reflect current situation. The third is to introduce the new taxes. So I'm expecting the first to happen where existing tax laws are enforced properly, the tax is widened, and more people are brought into the tax to comply with the law. The second is where the amendment is done in a manner that does not create administrative costs for businesses. Because sometimes these amendments are made such that you have to recalibrate your system. And I'm sure...
yeah, because I was going to come to him and ask him...
Mark will mention that properly.
Yes, as soon as that is done... deal for business.
Yes, right? A lot of... And so that doesn't help business at all. Yes.
Yeah, as you said, taxes are they are a big deal. I'm just waiting to hear the details about those proposed amendments. And we are hoping that it won't be something that will create problem, another layer of cost for businesses. I have said that much as we are not expecting new one, they should not also increase the rate for existing ones. Because we've had instances like that where they increase the rate. So, in fact, taxes, we want to pay, but it should not cripple businesses. So whatever review, what I'm expecting, that any review of taxes should be in favor of businesses. It should not rather create another cost, but it should be an opportunity for businesses to expand. That is exactly what we need. It should be in our favor. Yeah. And when that happens, we will give them the applause.
I want Kofi to show us just why taxes are such a big deal right now for businesses and for our economy going forward.
If you look at the entire 2026 fiscal year, we are expecting to get some 224 billion cedis from tax revenue. And we've got data for the first quarter inflows in terms of provisional data. And we are underperforming in terms of what we're expecting from tax revenue. For instance, in the first quarter, the expectation was that we could get some 24.4 billion cedis, as provisional data is showing somewhere around 24. I mean, it's gone down by some 1.9 billion cedis. So you're expecting some 8 billion cedis. You've now collected 47.9, which means that there's a shortfall of close to about 1.9 billion cedis. So that's why it's important, because if you look at the revenue for the year, a significant part is coming from tax revenue. And I want us to go through what we know so far in terms of the fiscal side, right? So this is last year compared to this year in terms of first quarter fiscal performance. And if you see anything in violet, that is 2025, and anything in red is 2026. And you can see in terms of revenue, we are doing better in 2026 than we did in 2025. So that's a plus for the government. And so I'm wondering how, or the nature of the amendment, how they're going to look like, because if you compare last year's revenue in terms of first quarter, we are up by more than 10 billion cedis, right? And that is, for me, is very important. If you look at the expenditure side, 55.5 billion cedis compared to how much we spent at the end of the first quarter of 2026, that's about 62 billion cedis. Although analysis shows that we wanted to spend way above this, but in terms of the releases and the data that we have shows that there's an under expenditure when it comes to expenditure in 2026. Now, let's also look at the first quarter of 2026, just to focus on that, and that will tell you why maybe we might be seeing some of this amendment, because revenue, right? If you look at what we wanted to get programmed was around 60 billion cedis for first quarter of 2026. Now, what we've collected so far, although we understand it's provisional data, but falls short by some 3 billion cedis. Right. That is a whole ministry's budget, right? That's a significant expenditure. On the other hand, has underperformed. We want to spend some 78 billion cedis. Now we're spending 72 billion. If revenue goes down, it explains why expenditure is also down. But in terms of the disaggregated figures, let's look at the tax handles that got some uptake and those that reduced in terms of expectation. Income and property tax, I was mentioning that this was up by some 473 million cedis above what we projected to get in the first quarter of 2026. Domestic VAT up by some 47 million cedis. But in terms of the entire VAT system, it was down. If you add the external side, you see that external VAT went down by 842 million. And there are, fingers being pointed at the exchange rate situation being one of the reasons why, and the rationalization we did, because it took the effective VAT from 22% essentially to about 20%. NHIL, and if you are concerned about the Mahama Care, this is where it is taking its lifeblood from the NHIL in terms of projection, what we wanted to get at the end of the first quarter versus what we actually got, fell by some 697 million cedis. Gets fund, very important to free SHS because it's been uncapped, and we now understand that free SHS is taking its entire budget of more than 3 billion cedis from the Get fund basket, and that was down by 697 million. And if you understand the cascading impact of the VAT system, you will not be surprised why all of these taxes are down, because they were taking huge sums from that cascading impact, that 22% VAT that we had. So once you rationalize and you take it out, you should expect some of these things to happen. So it will be very interesting to see the rationalization that the finance minister wants to do in terms of the tax amendment. Import tax down by 1 billion cedis. That is very significant. But on the other side, we all know, once the additional levy on the export price of fuel, ESLA is up by 1.4 billion cedis. Company tax, for me, is very important. Up 725 million above what we were projecting to get. So in terms of the fiscal side, this is how the picture is looking at. But there are burdens ahead, which has to do with the debt servicing obligation. The finance minister has already declared that next month, we are supposed to pay some 39 or some 10 billion cedis, or close to about $1 billion in terms of debt servicing obligation only to DDEP, right? And the following year, which is 2027, we are on track to pay about 54 billion cedis. About 39 billion will come in February, or the first quarter of 2027. So all of those things, although you can see some of these good numbers, but in terms of the fiscal burden ahead, is very huge. Yeah,
and so what sort of amendment would make sense? That's the question on my mind right now. Yeah. You want to take it, Abiel?
For me, it's government also looking at the effects of the decision that we've taken. And I refer that to when government removed some of the tax handles, when the first budget that was introduced. The impact is that you've blocked some revenue lines, and so you have to replace them. And so what's important is you can still achieve your target without necessarily introducing new taxes. And then some of the amendment that they've made, and as he referred to, the decoupling of the VAT system, it took a while, but the bold initiative of undertaking it has helped businesses.
Yeah.
And you can see the impact on the right-hand side, company taxes. A lot of companies were suffering when these taxes were introduced. And so you can see the impact on the right-hand side, where it means that when you stifle businesses, they are not going to employ people. Your taxes from employment taxes, we call PAYE taxes, will go down. Your company or corporate income tax, CIT, will go down. So there's always a counter effect on some of the policies that you introduce. So you are increasing VAT, you are killing business, or you are stifling businesses. The effect is that your corporate income tax will go down. Now you are seeing the impact. Although some of the indirect taxes are going down, your get fund levies and others are going down, the impact is that your direct taxes, corporate income tax will increase, your PAYE, employment tax.
And you are not just, not to cut you, but the PAYE, as you mentioned, is up by 204 million.
Excellent. Excellent. So it means that companies are able to employ more people, and then you get the benefits. So that's the angle or the discussion that we have with government all the time. That there's no point increasing indirect taxes all the time. Sometimes you allow business to grow, employ more people, you get the benefit on the other side.
Yeah, you're looking to make money while not hurting businesses. And I guess for the businesses, it's also about the operations going forward, right, Mark?
Yeah, of course. I mean, taxes for us is, they are cost to us. So anytime you see any tax going up, it means that you are adding additional cost to our cost of production. And also, sometimes the compliance cost alone is also very high. But you see, when we allow businesses to grow and we are taxing them, I think we will get more than when they are young and we are overtaxing them and killing them. That is the experience we have had over the years. That sometimes you are burdened with so much tax that you don't grow. So you decide to keep your small business and keep a small number of people, at least just to make sure that you are able to break even and sustain your business. So when you allow them, I mean, some tax relief, some other benefits, and they expand, they employ more people. Now, we need to exactly look at what is it that we want as a country.
Right.
Everybody that you meet on the street and you ask, they will tell you, we need jobs. The students are coming out, they need job. Those who are already out, millions of them, they need job. So you need to ask, do you want to impose more taxes on businesses so they will not expand and collapse them, or you give them that leeway to expand and employ more people? For instance, if you want people to industrialize, as we have said, as all of us we want to know, and other policies as we have had, there are a lot of tax relief that in other jurisdictions they are being given to businesses. We can learn from them. Those that have industrialized did not impose unnecessary taxes that we are experiencing. In fact, the VAT rationalization that we are talking about, for 20%, even though we moved down from 21.9 to 20%, we still think that is very high. That if there is any review or any rationalization that they want to do, I think we have to look at it again. And corporate tax, we've seen improvement, but we still complain that the 25% is still high. It's still high. So in all that we are doing, we are looking at finding a balance where government will get revenue and also strengthening the activities of the private sector because they know what contribution they can make to the Ghanaian economy.
All right, we are just getting an indication that the Finance Minister, Councillor Akufo-Addo, has entered the chamber. You can see on your screens there proceedings in the chamber there. I don't know if we can listen up, hear what they're talking about right now. Yeah, we'll bring you some audio if we are able to receive it. Isaac, you're going to say something?
Yeah, in fact, we've got some interesting data here in terms of the taxes that we decided to scrap, the expected impact, and then the rationalization of the VAT. So we are looking at what the IMF had to say about this tax, the decision to scrap some of these taxes. So the removal of the COVID-19 levy and folding of the NHIL and GETS fund levies into the VAT was expected to cost us some 5.3 billion cedis. So what we did on that side of VAT, the impact on revenue negative is about 5.3 billion cedis. If you look at raising the VAT threshold from 200,000 to about 750,000, the expectation was that this was supposed to cost the tax, the revenue side 219 million cedis. That's also very huge. But this were what we were expecting, that after doing all of these things should bring in extra cash. So one of them is a change of the VAT on real estate from flat rate to the standard rate. Are we doing it right? Because the projection was that we were supposed to add some 242 million cedis to the revenue kitty. And change of VAT domestic VAT from flat rate to standard rate was also 180 million, cedis. But if you look at the VAT numbers, the domestic is looking fine, but the external side was down, and the fingers are being pointed at, the exchange rate situation. Introduction of the modified income tax scheme for small taxpayers that fell below the new VAT threshold, and possibly part of the reason why we're seeing company tax go up. We're expecting to get some 1.2 billion cedis for doing this. Removal of import VAT exemptions for 347, product lines. We're expecting 1.7 billion cedis to the revenue kitty as a result of this, and improvement of VAT compliance. So here we're betting on compliance after reducing the effective VAT rate from 22% to 20%. What was the number? 1.6 billion cedis. So after doing all of this and compliance doesn't increase, remember what you're throwing away and what you're expecting may never come in. An increase of the CIT collection due to removal of the levies was close to about 800 million cedis. So that's what the impact, as assessed by the IMF, Darryl.
All right, we are crossing over to Parliament now to listen in on the proceedings over there. You're watching Joy News. The Finance Minister, in a moment from now, will be presenting the media budget review.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we're happy the Finance Minister is here. My main concern is that on the government side, I see a lot of empty seats. Mr. Speaker, this tells us how government side takes this budget. Mr. Speaker, all ministers are supposed to be here. Mr. Speaker, I can count the number of cabinet ministers here. Mr. Speaker, cabinet ministers are supposed to be here and listen to the finance minister. But Mr. Speaker, it's okay. We are here to listen to him. If they have decided not to come in their numbers, it's fine. We have picked the signal. But the leader of government business has given an indication. So some of the facts will be contentious. We hope that the finance minister will record and address this house on the matters arising out of the Nkukon Ketenkete, which according to the Greek minister, the beneficiaries are eating the fowl. Like what happened to the confirmed. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter we hope you would address.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when the Akoko Nketekete project started and they were distributing the day-old chicks, Honorable Afenyomakin failed to take advantage, and so he didn't go for some of the day-old chicks. Others went and took the day-old chicks. Now they have matured, and they are now Akoko and Kasie. And when they prepare their light soup and take, he's worried and complaining all over the place. Please, the whole object of Akoko and Kitikiti is so that they will mature into big beds, and then they will be sold and they will be utilized for light soup. So if they are being utilized for light soup, now what is your problem? What is your problem? Mr. Speaker, I think on this very light note, I want to urge colleagues, let's allow the process to continue.
Yes, honorable members, on your behalf, I invite the Minister of Finance to make the statement.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, I have the humble duty to present the Media Fiscal Policy Review of the 2026 Budget and Economic Policy of Government. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with this Media Fiscal Policy Review, I wish to acknowledge the devastating floods that struck part of our country last month. Right Honorable Speaker, as honorable members will recall, the floods claimed lives, displaced families, destroyed businesses, and caused extensive damage to public infrastructure. Ghana was not alone. Similar floods also affected Nigeria, La Côte d'Ivoire, and Sierra Leone, highlighting the growing flood risk across West African coastline and the effect of climate change. Mr. Speaker, government responded to the exercise on the direction of His Excellency and construction of critical drains in the affected areas. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has directed the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources to develop a comprehensive and permanent solution to flooding in Accra and other flood-prone areas across the country. The necessary funding for the implementation of this permanent solution will be provided in the 2027 budget and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House with a deep sense of pride and confidence born out of strong performance in the last 1.5 years in the management of the Ghanaian economy. Right Honorable Speaker, this confidence is grounded in sound policy, in evidence, in measurable performance, and in credible data, and most importantly, in the lived experience of Ghanaians who endured a profound economic crisis and are now standing on firmer ground. Mr. Speaker, Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, requires the Minister for Finance to present to Parliament a media fiscal policy review not later than 31st of July of each year. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here in fulfillment of this legal and constitutional obligation. Mr. Speaker, today I am not here to seek a supplementary estimate. The 2026 appropriations remains unchanged. Right Honorable Speaker, however, we are undertaking a strategic realignment of expenditures within the existing appropriations. Mr. Speaker, government also affirms the following macroeconomic target for 2026. Overall GDP growth of at least 4.8%. Non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.9%. Mr. Speaker, NDI inflation of 8% plus or minus 2%. Where Ghana stands today and where Ghana is heading. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the first text of this media fiscal policy review be captured in the Hansard in its entirety, while I present the highlights to this House. Mr. Speaker, before I present the details of our economic performance, we must briefly recall where we came from. I do so because the lessons of economic history must never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office in January 2025, President Mahama inherited an economy on its knees. Right Honorable Speaker, the economic crisis of 2022 was not merely an accident. It was the consequences of a series of wrong policy choices about reckless spending, choices about excessive and binge borrowing, choices about lack of accountability, and a failure to level with the people of Ghana about the true state of the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of those wrong choices for the Ghanaian people were so severe. The cedi depreciated at levels never seen before, eroding savings, businesses, business capital, and purchasing power of millions of Ghanaians. Inflation exceeded 50%, dramatically increasing the cost of living and placing basic necessities beyond the reach of many people. Real disposable incomes declined sharply. Interest rates surged, making credit expensive for the private sector. Investor confidence collapsed. International reserves fell to extremely low levels. International credit rating agencies downgraded Ghana's sovereign debt to levels never seen in our history. Mr. Speaker, Ghana lost access to the international capital market. The previous government implemented most painful debt restructuring program that imposed crude and painful haircuts on domestic and external bondholders. Financial institutions and individual bondholders also suffered significant losses, with many losing their lifetime of savings. Even pensioners were not spared the burden of crude and painful haircuts under the DDP. The Speaker, and businesses closed or relocated. Jobs were lost, and many households that had escaped poverty fell back into hardships. Mr. Speaker, this is an honest account of the economy and the one that His Excellency the President inherited. We recount these events not to dwell on the past, but to remind ourselves of the heavy price of fiscal indiscipline, excessive borrowing, weak accountability, and dishonest economic management. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must never be brought this low again. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. These painful experiences must strengthen our collective resolve to safeguard macroeconomic stability and ensure that such a crisis is never repeated. As a nation, we must internalize the true cost of economic mismanagement and commit ourselves to sound economic stewardship. Some lessons cannot simply be taught, they must be lived. But once learned, they must never be forgotten. Never again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this administration assumed office, it moved swiftly and decisively to stabilize the economy and begin the work of national reconstruction. It was immediately clear that the old model of managing the economy had failed, and Ghana did not need incremental adjustment, but it needed structural reforms. We therefore took difficult but necessary decisions, which were neither politically convenient nor painless. These decisions demanded our collective sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, but they were necessary to restore stability and rebuild confidence. Right Honorable Speaker, the progress Ghana is recording today did not happen by chance. Some have suggested that our recent macroeconomic gains are simply the product of good fortune. Others have attributed the recovery solely to the debt restructuring program or the IMF program inherited in 2025. But Mr. Speaker, I firmly disagree. Our recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, I firmly disagree. Ghana's recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Debt restructuring may create fiscal space, but it does not create fiscal discipline. Right Honorable Speaker, an IMF program may provide a framework, but it cannot substitute for sound policy, disciplined implementation, and political will. Sustainable economic recovery is built on good policy choices, competent economic management, and disciplined execution, and most importantly, courageous leadership. Mr. Speaker, the evidence before us is overwhelming. Ghana's recovery has been driven by a deliberate program of economic reforms implemented since President Mahama assumed office in January 2025. These reforms have strengthened public financial management, restored fiscal credibility, improved revenue mobilization, reduced fiscal risk, and reinforced macroeconomic stability. The results speak for themselves. Every major macroeconomic indicator has improved significantly. These outcomes are not accidental. They are the product of reforms, discipline, and sound economic management. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to place on record the reforms that have delivered this turnaround. Mr. Speaker, the recovery of the Ghanaian economy has been anchored on 3 key transformational policy reforms. These key transformational reforms are as follows. The first is fiscal correction. The second is the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. And the third is a complementary fiscal policy for inflation targeting and exchange rate stability. Mr. Speaker, the first key transformational policy reform was fiscal correction. The objective was straightforward. First, to assume control over public finances. Second, is to introduce new expenditure discipline. And 3, to place public debt on a sustainable path. We therefore recalibrated Ghana's fiscal framework to ensure greater efficiency, stronger accountability, and fairer burden sharing across government. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2025 budget reset expenditure to 2023 nominal levels, eliminating wasteful spending that had weakened fiscal management over the years. As a result, primary expenditure declined sharply from 18.7% of GDP in 2024 to 13.2% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, a 5.5% adjustment without hurting economic growth. Most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, the primary balance also improved from a deficit of 2.9% of GDP in 2024 to a surplus of 2.5% of GDP in 2025, placing public debt firmly on a downward trajectory. Mr. Speaker, a fiscal adjustment expenditure led by 5.4% of GDP in 1 calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this sent an unmistakable signal to Ghanaians, investors, and other development partners that fiscal discipline is the new order. Mr. Speaker, government also recalibrated the IMF program, shifting the emphasis from revenue-led to expenditure-led fiscal consolidation to achieve a fairer sharing of the adjustment burden. We amended the Public Financial Management Act to institutionalize a binding fiscal rule requiring a minimum annual primary surplus of 1.5% fiscal consolidation to achieve a fairer sharing of the adjustment burden. We amended the Public Financial Management Act to institutionalize a binding fiscal rule requiring a minimum annual primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP and a debt to GDP ceiling of 45% by 2034. These reforms signaled that fiscal indiscipline would no longer define the Ghanaian state. Mr. Speaker, aside, we established the Value for Money Office to strengthen expenditure efficiency, improve the quality of public expenditure, and ensure that every cedi spent delivers maximum value for the Ghanaian people. We established the Fiscal Council to strengthen fiscal oversight, transparency, and accountability. We undertook a comprehensive audit of government payables to eliminate irregular obligations. We also enforced expenditure control. Government amended the Public Procurement Act to require commitment authorization before procurement. Mr. Speaker, this reform firmly linked procurement to approved budget and restored discipline to public expenditure management across the government. Right Honorable Speaker, for the first time, state-owned enterprises are now bound by the commitment authorization, restraining them from spending beyond their means. Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, liabilities of state-owned enterprises have added the equivalent of about 3% of GDP to Ghana's public debt every single year. Mr. Speaker, this occurred because state-owned enterprises failed to honor their contractual obligation, compelling government to assume and settle those liabilities. This contributed to the sharp rise in Ghana's public debt. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the resources that would have financed critical infrastructure were used to pay those SOEs' debt. This is part of the reason why Ghana's debt grew unsustainably without the bridges, roads, or hospitals to show for. Right, Honorable Speaker, what is the point of ensuring that ministries and even Parliament live within their means if state-owned enterprises are permitted to run up liabilities that the taxpayer are ultimately forced to pay? Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to recognize that Ghana's debt challenge was driven not only by fiscal deficit, but also by the unchecked accumulation of liabilities by state-owned enterprises. This is precisely why the commitment authorization regime would have been meaningless and ultimately ineffective had state-owned enterprises been excluded from its coverage. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also operationalize the sinking fund to strengthen debt management and demonstrate to government that government is committed to meeting future debt obligation. We restored genuine fiscal decentralization by ensuring that at least 80% of the district assembly's common fund is transferred directly to assemblies to support local development. Right, Honorable Speaker, we reduce the number of ministers from 123 at its peak to 60 and reduce the number of ministries from 30 to 23 because, Mr. Speaker, because a leaner government is not merely good politics, but it's also a sound fiscal policy. We curtailed non-essential expenditure, including excessive foreign travel, workshops, conferences, and unnecessary vehicle procurement. We also discontinued low-impact programs like the Ghana Cares of Atampa and the U-Start to redirect scarce resources to national priorities. Mr. Speaker, the second key transformational policy reform was the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. The objective was very clear. First, to restore investor confidence. Second, to revive private enterprises. Third, to provide a relief to households and businesses, and also to increase domestic revenue through better policy, stronger compliance, and more efficient administration, not through higher tax reforms. We therefore abolished a number of nuisance taxes, including the following: e-levy, betting tax, COVID-19 health recovery levy, emission tax, VAT on motor insurance. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since 2015, we undertook comprehensive VAT reforms, removing distortions, improving efficiency, and strengthening compliance. More importantly, the reforms have left businesses with more working capital to invest, expand, and create jobs. We also introduced a sliding scale royalty regime for gold to ensure that Ghanaian people receive a fairer share of the economic returns from their natural resources. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond tax policy, we introduced major customs reforms supported by artificial intelligence and other digital technologies to strengthen compliance, reduce leakages, and improve revenue mobilization. Since the introduction of the AI-powered customs reforms, monthly customs revenue has increased by approximately 17%, reflecting stronger compliance, more effective enforcement, and significantly reduced leakages. We also amended the misuse of the tax refund account, ensure that resources intended for legitimate tax refund was no longer used as a slush fund. Mr. Speaker, the results have been remarkable. Despite abolishing multiple taxes and introducing no new tax handle, non-oil tax revenue increased by 0.5% of GDP, from 12.6% of GDP in 2024 to 13.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, simply put, government collected more taxes in 2025 even after abolishing the nuisance taxes, including the e-levy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the lesson here is simple. Better policy, stronger compliance, and smarter administration will always deliver more sustainable revenue than higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, the third key transformational policy reform was the introduction of a complementary fiscal policy to support inflation targeting, ensuring exchange rate stability, and building external resilience. Central to this reform was the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board to curb gold smuggling, formalize the gold trade, and ensure that a greater share of Ghana's mineral wealth benefit the Ghanaian people. Through this intervention, Ghana generated an additional $15 billion United States dollars in foreign exchange inflows from gold, significantly strengthening reserve accumulation and supporting exchange rate stability. This single policy measure improved Ghana's current account balance by 6.4 percentage points from a surplus of 1.9% in 2024 to 8.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a 4 times increment of the current account surplus in just 1 calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this was not simply a gold policy. This was a macroeconomic stabilization policy designed to strengthen the city, build external buffers, and restore confidence in the Ghanaian economy. To reinforce these gains, government developed and is implementing the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy, GANRAP, with the objective of increasing Ghana's international reserve to the equivalent of 15 months of import cover by end of 2028. In a landmark initiative, Mr. Speaker, government has also reached agreement with large-scale mining companies to purchase 30% of their annual gold production for refinery by local refineries, strengthening domestic value addition and supporting reserve accumulation. Government further amended the Bank of Ghana Act to make inflation targeting a shared responsibility between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, ensuring stronger coordination between fiscal and monetary authorities. Mr. Speaker, economic reforms must ultimately be judged by their outcomes. I now turn to the evidence of what these key transformational policy reforms have delivered for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the results of the last 8 months demonstrate that disciplined policies, competent economic management, and consistent implementation delivers tangible results. Real GDP growth grew by 6.0% in 2025, the fastest pace of economic expansion since 2019. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP grew by 7.6% in 2025, the highest rate in 14 years, demonstrating that Ghana's recovery extends well beyond favorable commodity prices. Mr. Speaker, the momentum has continued into 2026. Real GDP growth reached 6.4% in the first half, exceeding expectations. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in our nation's history, the size of Ghana's economy exceeded $100 billion, firmly establishing Ghana as a major emerging market economy. Ghana's per capita income increased by more than $850 in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, rising from $2,527 in 2024 to $3,385 at the end of 2025. This is the highest per capita income ever recorded in our country's history. It is therefore not surprising that Ghana is now recognized as the 8th largest economy in Africa. Mr. Speaker, these are not mere statistics. They represent higher incomes, stronger businesses, greater opportunities, and an economy with an enhanced capacity to invest in its people. The labor market is also improving. Unemployment rate declined from 13.7% during the first 3 quarters of 2024 to 12.8% over the same period in 2025. Multidimensional poverty, which measures deprivation across living conditions, education, health, and employment, declined from 24.9% in Q3 of 2024 to 21.9% in Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that about 950,000 Ghanaians moved out of the multi-dimensional poverty in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, behind these statistics are the hundreds of thousands of families who now enjoy better living conditions and greater hope for the future. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation perhaps tells the clearest story of all. Inflation declined from 23.8% in December 2024 to 5.4% at the end of 2025 and remained low at 5.3% in June 2026. Fiscal performance has also exceeded expectations. The primary balance on commitment basis recorded a surplus of 2.5% of GDP as at the end of 2025. By end of June 2026, we had achieved a primary surplus of 0.9% of GDP on commitment basis. We are firmly on track to achieve our end-year target of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, prudent fiscal management has also translated into a rapid decline in Ghana's public debt. The debt to GDP ratio fell from 61.8% of GDP, 61.8% at the end of 2024 to 44.7% at the end of 2025 and reached 45% by end of June 2026. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has therefore already achieved its statutory debt target of 45% of GDP, years ahead of both IMF program timeline and the targeted date established under the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, debt service is also consuming a far smaller share of government revenue. Debt service as a share of domestic revenue declined sharply from 55.7% in 2022 to 28.8% in 2025, freeing up billions of cedis for schools, hospitals, roads, and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since April 2014, Ghana's external and overall risk of debt distress has improved from high to moderate. Even more significantly, the joint World Bank IMF debt sustainability analysis has moved Ghana from unsustainable in 2023 to sustainable in 2025, and now for the first time ever to sustainable with room to absorb shocks.
Honorable Minister, please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Finance Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, interest rates are singing from the same hymn book. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, a benchmark for the cost of short-term borrowing in Ghana, declined from 11% in December 2025 to 5.73% in June 2026, representing a 536 basis point reduction. The 182-day Treasury bill rate also fell from 12.52% to 7.69%, down by 483 basis points. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the 364-day Treasury bill rate declined from 12.94% to 12.82%, a 12 basis point decline. And across the entire yield curve, average decline was 344 basis points. 2 years, 3 years, and 5-year government bonds are now trading within the range of 11% to 12.6%, compared with about 20% a year ago. Right, Honorable Speaker, Monetary policy rate has also declined by a cumulative 1,300 basis points from 27% in January 2025 to 14% in July 2026. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely lower interest rates, they are lower borrowing costs for households and businesses, creating room for entrepreneurs to invest, expand, and create jobs. We have also made significant strides on the external front. The current account recorded a surplus of 8.3% of GDP in 2025 and has remained strong through the first half of 2026. The cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the United States dollar in 2025, reversing years of sharp depreciation and restoring confidence in the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these results demonstrate that the 2026 budget is firmly on track. The targets we set at the beginning of the year were not aspirational. They were grounded in sound policy, disciplined implementation, and realistic assumptions. The performance of the economy in the first half of 2026 confirms that we're on course to achieve them. Economic growth is exceeding target. Inflation is below the projected range. Fiscal performance is stronger than programmed, and the debt trajectory is improving faster than expectation. Mr. Speaker, the detailed macroeconomic performance will be presented in subsequent sections in this review. Right Honorable Speaker, the commitment we made to the people of Ghana are being honored, and the results are evident. I now wish to speak, Mr. Speaker, I now wish to speak directly to every Ghanaian listening to me this afternoon. To the market trader whose purchasing power has improved because inflation has fallen. To the entrepreneur who can now borrow at lower interest rate to expand their businesses. And to the worker whose income now stretches further because the cedi has stabilized. These improvements are not abstract statistics. They are the dividend of sound and competent economic management. We recognize that the sacrifices required to restore the economy were significant and that many households continue to face challenges. But we also know that the foundations of Ghana's economy are now firmly in place. Fiscal discipline has been restored. Macroeconomic stability has returned. Confidence has been rebuilt. And the institutions needed to safeguard these gains have been strengthened. Under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Ghana is not going back. Ghana is moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the government that has delivered these results over the past 18 months has earned the trust to continue implementing the reforms that will secure Ghana's long-term prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, next week, the Executive Board of the IMF is expected to approve the final review of Ghana's Extended Credit Facility Program, bringing to a successful conclusion the financial bailout IMF program. The Executive Board is also expected to approve a 36-month policy coordination instrument, a non-financing arrangement designed for countries that no longer have and are not expected to face balance of payment needs. Mr. Speaker, the PCI will anchor our next phase of reforms, strengthening macroeconomic resilience, support broad-based growth, and signal our unwavering commitment to sound and disciplined macroeconomic policy. The PCI will support reforms across 6 priority areas. First is to maintain growth-friendly fiscal consolidation. Second is to preserve debt sustainability. Third is to strengthen fiscal transparency and governance. The fourth is to enhance monetary and exchange rate policy framework. The fifth is to reinforce financial sector stability. And finally, to promote economic diversity and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we believe our strong implementation record together with the successful execution of the PCI, will strengthen Ghana's path towards investment grade status and enhance our ability to mobilize concessional and development financing for productive public investment. The PCI will include quantitative and 26 reform targets monitored through semi-annual reviews to ensure sustained implementation of reforms that are critical to achieve our ambitious policy objective. Mr. Speaker, the details of the PCI targets are provided in detail in the media fiscal review document before the House. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now turn to macroeconomic performance for the first half of the year. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has not merely met its first half-year target, it has exceeded them. Mr. Speaker, overall GDP growth was 6.4% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.8% full-year target. Non-oil GDP growth was 6.3% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.9% full-year target. Inflation has more than halved, falling from 13.7% in June 2025 to 5.3% by end of June 2026, against a target of 8 plus or minus 1% at the end of the year. The primary balance recorded a surplus of 0.9% of GDP on commitment basis, firmly on track to achieve our end-year target of 1.5% of GDP. Gross international reserves was 5 months of import cover as at end of June 2026, exceeding the target of at least 3 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, January to June 2026, fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, the provisional fiscal performance for the first half of 2026 is presented against the following approved 2026 fiscal target. Overall deficit target on commitment basis of 2.2% of GDP, primary surplus of 1.5% of the GDP, overall deficit on cash basis of 4% of GDP, and primary surplus on a cash basis of 0.4% of GDP. But Mr. Speaker, provisional fiscal outturn for the first half of 2026 was stronger than anticipated, indicating continued prudence in fiscal management and enhancing the government fiscal consolidation agenda. Non-oil tax revenue as at end of June 2026 was 6.4% of GDP, compared to a target of 6.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, domestic revenue reached 7.7% of GDP by June 2026, compared to the target of 7.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant reached 7.8% of GDP by June 2026, compared to a target of 7.9% of GDP. Total expenditure on commitment basis at the end of June 2026 was 8.0% of GDP against the half-year target of 9.9% of GDP. Primary expenditure, which excludes interest payment, was 6.6% of GDP by June 2026 compared to half-year target of 8.1% of GDP. Interest costs at 1.3% of GDP as at the end of June 2026 against the half-year target of 1.8% of GDP, indicating that we have saved on interest about 0.5% of GDP, reflecting lower interest rates and improved debt management. Mr. Speaker, this performance reflects the resolve of this administration to make difficult decisions, implement them consistently, and maintain unwavering fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, I now move to public debt. At the end of June 2026, domestic debt accounted for 54.4% of Ghana's total public debt portfolio, while external debt accounted for 45.6%. On the 17th of February 2026, government honored the 6th domestic debt exchange program coupon payment of 10.1 billion on time and in full. Mr. Speaker, the 7th DDEP coupon payment of 10.8 billion cedis falls due on the 18th of August 2026. Let me use this opportunity to assure this House that it will be paid on time and in full. Mr. Speaker, since January 2025, government has paid a total of $2.1 billion in principal and interest to Eurobond holders without placing undue pressure on Ghana's foreign exchange reserves. Right, Honorable Speaker, there was a time when the world doubted us. Today, every payment made on time answers that doubt, assuring bondholders in London, pension funds in New York, and investors at home that our word is our bond. Payment after payment, coupon after coupon, Ghana is proving one thing beyond dispute. We now keep our word. We now keep our word. That is how market confidence is rebuilt, not through speeches, but through repayment. Mr. Speaker, financial markets have delivered their verdict on Ghana's disciplined fiscal policies and prudent debt management. Right, Honorable Speaker, borrowing costs are down by half. In other words, government is borrowing less. That alone has saved us, this country, 4.2 billion cedis in just 6 months. Mr. Speaker, as Treasury bill rates decline, lending rates across the banking sector are also falling, making it cheaper for households, entrepreneurs, and businesses to borrow, invest, and expand, and at the same time, create jobs. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's Eurobond yields have fallen by about 300 basis points since the beginning of the year. This is not just a number. It is the market vote of confidence in our economy and our reforms. 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but we are not in hurry. We are not in hurry. Right, Honorable Speaker, 3 years ago, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but I want to assure you, we are not in hurry. 3 years ago, unsustainable debt defined our crisis. Today, our debt to GDP ratio has fallen to 45% and still declining, ahead of every target. Mr. Speaker, the work is not finished, and the PFM debt rule requires continuous vigilance. But the direction is right, the momentum is real, and the foundation is solid. Solid. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's external debt restructuring, initiated after the sovereign debt default of 2022, is now at its final stage. In just 3.5 years, Ghana has moved from default to credibility, from debt distress to debt sustainability, from market exclusion to a renewed investor confidence. This is an achievement every Ghanaian can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, following the 2022 public debt default, government could not borrow long-term in cedis and relied heavily and solely on treasury bills to finance the budget. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has now overcome what the economists describe as the original sin, which is the inability of a country to borrow over the long term in its own currency. Mr. Speaker, 3 years restriction on new cedi bond issuance introduced as a result of the debt default caused this original sin. Mr. Speaker, in April 2026, Ghana successfully raised $2.7 billion through its first 7-year cedi-denominated bond since the 2022 debt default. This marks an important step in rebuilding the domestic bond market and restoring long-term financing in our own currency. This further demonstrates that Ghana has regained the ability to mobilize long-term financing in its own currency for development. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm proud to announce that Ghana has now overcome the original sin. Mr. Speaker, we have overcome the original sin. Whilst I now take you to the sinking fund. While Ghana's debt restructuring is nearing completion, prudent debt management requires us to look beyond today to tomorrow's obligation. Mr. Speaker, in 2027, DDEP bonds that will fall due is 58 billion Ghana cedis. Another 53 billion Ghana cedis will fall due in 2028. In 2 years alone, Ghana has to repay 111 billion cedis. 111. Mr. Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111. Right, Honorable Speaker? This is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. Why? Because the DDEP was not designed to solve Ghana's problems. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. This is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. Why? Why? Because the domestic debt exchange program was not designed to solve Ghana's debt problems. It was designed to postpone it deliberately, knowingly, and cynically, unfortunately. Mr. Speaker, its architect mortgaged tomorrow to survive today. Mr. Speaker, they had a duty to fix the roof. Instead, they moved the leak to another room and declared the house repaired. Right, Honorable Speaker? Meeting obligations of this magnitude requires advanced planning, not last-minute scrambling. This is precisely why this government has strengthened the sinking fund to set aside money to repay future debt obligations that we inherited. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the 2026-2029 medium-term debt management strategy, we pledge that 7% of non-oil tax revenue, together with proceeds from domestic bond issuance, will go into the sinking fund as a war chest for the 2027 and 2028 maturities. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that today I can report to this House that as at 22nd of July, yesterday, the war chest holds 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we are on course to accumulate 30 billion cedis in the sinking fund by the end of the year 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, for your information, this will be enough to repay the 30 billion domestic debt exchange program debt that will fall due in February 2027. Mr. Speaker, brick by brick, city by city, we are building the wall that will meet the wave so that when 2027 and 2028 comes, Ghana will not scramble. Ghana will simply pay back this debt. This is the signal the sinking fund sent to investors, credit rating agencies, and the people of Ghana, making it clear that this government plans ahead, honors its commitment, and manages the public finances better. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the financial sector. Government acted decisively in July 2025 to restore confidence and stability in Ghana's banking sector by fully recapitalizing the National Investment Bank, the Agricultural Development Bank, and the Consolidated Bank. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Ghana Amalgamated Trust, GATT, completed the full recapitalization of UMB Bank. In addition, government facilitated the full capitalization of the Prudential Bank through a private sector-led approach. Right, Honorable Speaker, UMB and Prudential Bank today stands fully capitalized and primed for business. Mr. Speaker, we want to use this opportunity to encourage individuals, businesses, and institutions to take advantage of the revitalized UMB and Prudential Bank and bank with them. Mr. Speaker, yes. The 2023 Domestic Debt Exchange Program had a significant adverse impact on the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet, substantially weakening its capital and resulting in a negative net equity position. To restore the bank's financial strength, the government and the Bank of Ghana signed a memorandum of understanding on 6 January 2025 to recapitalize the bank over time. Consistent with the commitment in the MOU, and as a result of this government resolve to restore the bank's financial position, government issued a recapitalization bond to the Bank of Ghana of $5.5 billion as cedis to the Bank of Ghana in March 2026 to strengthen the bank's equity base. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the government of Ghana will make annual provision to capitalize the Bank of Ghana until the bank's equity is fully restored, in accordance with the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2025, Act 1158. Mr. Speaker, whilst government is helping to restore the Bank of Ghana's capital, the bank itself will undertake a comprehensive operational efficiency review to reduce costs, strengthen financial management, and rebuild its long-term financial sustainability. Mr. Speaker, to implement the Ghana Accelerated Reserve Accumulation Policy, government has significantly reduced the cost of the program from an average of 14.5% of gold purchase to 5%. Mr. Speaker, government is bearing the cost of the program and has accommodated 5 billion cedis in the 2026 budget within the same appropriations. Mr. Speaker, this investment is building an economic war chest to strengthen Ghana's international reserves, protect the cedi, reinforce economic stability, improve investor confidence, and shield the economy from international shocks. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update of the implementation of the fiscal policies that this House approved for us. Right, Honorable Speaker, 6 months ago, this House approved an ambitious program of fiscal reforms. Today, I'm pleased to report that implementation is well underway. Key milestones have been achieved, and the reforms are already delivering measurable results. On the revenue side, government is targeting an increase in non-oil tax revenue from 13.1% of GDP in 2025 to 14.1% of GDP in 2026, 1% increase, through improved compliance, broader tax basis, and enhanced revenue administration, and not through higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, we will achieve it. On the expenditure side, government remains firmly committed to keeping spending within approved limits while improving its efficiency and effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the individual tax reforms. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the most ambitious reforms to Ghana's VAT system in over a decade to eliminate long-standing distortions, improve efficiency, and support business growth. We abolished COVID-19 health recovery levy. We decoupled Get Fund levy and the National Health Insurance levy from the VAT base, making both eligible for input tax deduction. We reduced the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. We abolished VAT on recognizance and prospecting for minerals, relieving thousands of micro and small businesses of the obligation to register for and charge VAT. And we extended the zero rating of locally manufactured textiles to 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms have simplified VAT systems, removed distortions, lowered the tax burden, and strengthened the foundation for improved compliance. So, Speaker, reforming the tax law was only the first step. Government is now leveraging technology to transform revenue administration and improve compliance. The cross-border technology solution for collecting VAT from non-resident platforms was successfully piloted in April 2026. The pilot confirmed that the system is functional, stable, secure, and compliant with regulatory requirements. Government is now moving decisively to secure the necessary regulatory approval for its nationwide rollout. Upon full deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system is projected to generate about 2.3 billion Ghana cedis in its first full year of operation, with revenue expected to grow by about 20% annually. Mr. Speaker, this is sustainable revenue without increasing tax rates. It simply ensures that cross-border digital platforms earning income from Ghanaian customers pay their fair share of taxes. Mr. Speaker, government is also rolling out fiscal electronic devices to strengthen VAT compliance and improve the monitoring of taxable transactions. The pilot phase is at an advanced stage. To encourage participation and improve compliance, government will also introduce the VAT reward scheme, under which customers who obtain valid VAT invoice will qualify for periodic reward. This will actively involve every Ghanaian in protecting the nation's tax base. Mr. Speaker, this is how a tax culture is built, not through fear, but through participation, transparency, and reward. Right, Honorable Speaker, the concept of fiscal electronic device was first proposed by the previous NDC administration in 2026. But, Mr. Speaker, the previous NPP administration deserves commendation for enacting the necessary enabling legislation. Mr. Speaker, the taxation, the use of Fiscal Electronic Device Act 2018, Act 999, laying an important legal foundation for this reform. Mr. Speaker, 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reforms. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the enabling legislation, the taxation, the use of Fiscal Electronic Device Act 2018, Act 966 was introduced in 2018 by the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to commend them. 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reform. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the chairman and the ranking members of the Finance and the Budget Committee of Parliament have been invited to provide strategic oversight for the implementation of this important national reform. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Ghana currently loses an estimated 60% of its potential VAT revenue through non-compliance and systemic inefficiencies. This is unacceptable. Losing 60% of the VAT that you are supposed to collect to develop your country. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. It cannot continue, and under this government, this will not continue. I call on Parliament to support government to crack down on businesses and individuals who collect VAT from taxpayers and keep it instead of remitting it to the state. Mr. Speaker, fiscal electronic devices will help improve VAT collection, reduce revenue leakages, and ensure that businesses account properly for VAT they collect. Mr. Speaker, government has completed a comprehensive review of the Customs Act and the Excise Act. The bills are being laid before this House as part of the Media Fiscal Policy Review. I respectfully urge honorable members to give Customs and Excise Bill the expeditious consideration it deserves, so that these important reforms can be implemented without delay. Right Honorable Speaker, trade facilitation must never become a vehicle for tax evasion. Yet, Mr. Speaker, between 2020 and 2025, while 63% of taxable income entered directly into home consumption, the remaining 37% passed through customs suspense framework, including warehousing, transit, temporary admission, and free zones. These procedures exist to facilitate legitimate trade. However, Mr. Speaker, they have increasingly been exploited to evade duties and divert goods into domestic market without paying a single tax in return. Mr. Speaker, the cost extends far beyond lost revenue. Honest Ghanaian businesses and manufacturers are being forced to compete with imported goods that entered the domestic market through tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair competition. It is an unfair burden on every law-abiding Ghanaian businesses. It must end. It must end now. Mr. Speaker, the customs bill before this House introduced bold reforms to close these loopholes and restore the integrity of Ghana's customs administration. To curb the abuse of warehousing, Mr. Speaker, government will introduce statutory maximum warehousing period as follows. Perishable goods, 3 months. General goods, 6 months. Raw materials, 12 months. Re-warehousing, Mr. Speaker, will be restricted to a maximum of 6 months, ending the practice of rolling warehousing. In addition, every bonded warehouse will be required to operate electronic inventory system linked to customs to enable real-time monitoring and audit control. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely administrative adjustments. They are structural reforms designed to accelerate revenue collection, reduce port congestion, improve compliance, and provide greater certainty for legitimate businesses. Government is also introducing the first port duty rule. Under this reform, Mr. Speaker, duties and taxes on goods declared for transit will become due at the first port of entry, removing one of the biggest avenues for false declaration and revenue leakages. Mr. Speaker, this simply means, Mr. Speaker, if you are to bring in something and you are to inform the customs official that the goods is destined to say Burkina Faso customs will be at the Tema port to collect their taxes before you move. This will end the practice of a punchy break. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, appropriate customs to customs arrangement with destination countries will ensure that legitimate transit trade continues seamlessly whilst protecting Ghana's revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, Free Zones regime was established to promote export-led industrialization, not to serve as a duty-free trading and storage hub. Unfortunately, over the time, that objective has been undermined by abuse of the regime and weak controls over the use of raw materials. Ghana's free zones will once again serve their original purpose, build domestic industry, expand export, and create quality jobs for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, government will also strengthen import declaration and valuation by mandating the use of appropriate tax identification number for all importers. Mr. Speaker, downstream petroleum operations have for too long operated with fragmented controls and weak integration into customs systems. Mr. Speaker, bunkering and ship stores regime have consequently become vulnerable to diversion, under declaration and smuggling. This economy can no longer afford these leakages. Mr. Speaker, government would therefore enforce the statutory requirement for bank guarantee on the lifting of refined petroleum products and require products movement to be undertaken by only through approved pipelines and electronically tracked distribution system. Mr. Speaker, government will also remove the tax exemption on bunkering services in line with international practice to curb smuggling, strengthen compliance, and protect much needed revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to excise duties. The evidence for reform is equally compelling in the area of excise duties. Analysis of wine and spirit imported between 2023 and 2025 shows a taxable revenue of over 5 billion Ghana cedis. However, about 78%, worth 4 billion Ghana cedis, entered customs procedures such as warehousing and transit. In other words, almost 4 out of every 5 cedis of the potential excise tax based on wine and spirit escaped the tax net. Mr. Speaker, only 1 cedi out of every 5 cedi was subjected to excise duty. That is neither efficient nor sustainable, and this must change. The excise duty bill before this House introduced a comprehensive package of reforms to close these leakages. Mr. Speaker, we will crack down this leakage. Right Honorable Speaker, specifically, government will introduce a hybrid excise system combining value-based and quantity-based taxation for wines and spirit to eliminate persistent undervaluation and misclassification and ensure a minimum level of tax is paid regardless of the declared value. Mr. Speaker, we will review the existing sliding scale excise rates for beer and stout products to better align them with government revenue objectives while preserving the incentive for local production. Right Honorable Speaker, strengthening compliance through mandatory electronic registration of stockists, a nationwide track and trace system, penalties of up to 3 times the excise duty for tampering, and enforcing the law on requiring bank guarantees, and abolishing, Mr. Speaker, the payment of 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juice. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juices introduced in 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, this is to support agro-processing and job creation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the Publican AI trade solution. Technology is already transforming customs administration. The Publican AI trade solution was fully deployed in March 2026, and the results has been remarkable. Mr. Speaker, between the pilot phase, January and February, and the full rollout phase, March to 17 July 2026, the Publican AI trade solution increased assessed customs collection by over $300 million, representing 17.5% uplift over the values originally declared by importers. Mr. Speaker, Publican increased the aggregate declared costs, insurance and freight value of imports by approximately 6.3%, but increased the assessed collection by 17.5%. Since deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system has analyzed approximately 366,000 import declarations, nearly 1 in every 4, representing 24%, triggered more than 1 valuation risk indicator, requiring further review by customs officials. Before the deployment of the Publican AI, many of these declarations would have been cleared without scrutiny, leading to substantially revenue losses. Mr. Speaker, the positive impact on customs revenue collection has been massive. Mr. Speaker, in March 2026 alone, Publican increased the assessed collection by 73.44 million United States dollars, representing an uplift of 25.7%. Mr. Speaker, this was followed by additional assessed collection of 51.63 million in April 2026, 72.5 million in May, and 55.82 million in June, and 35.17 million for the first 17 days of July. Mr. Speaker, the impact is also reflecting in monthly customs revenue, which has increased from an average of approximately 4 billion Ghana cedis in 2025 to between 5.3 billion Ghana cedis and 5.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2026. So, Speaker, let me take this again. In 2024, an average monthly customs collection was 4 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the average monthly customs collection has moved to 5.3 billion cedis to 5.5 billion Ghana cedis. Despite the significant appreciation of the cedi and no major increase in volumes. Mr. Speaker, I have included some of the cases identified by the publican system in the media review document. Mr. Speaker, it is mind-blowing. Right Honorable Speaker, in each instance, the declared value was only a fraction of the value assessed by the AI publican system. Mr. Speaker, I now give you update on expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, government is proposing further reforms to the public procurement, Mr. Speaker, in 3 different areas. First, the first reform is shortening procurement lead times. Mr. Speaker, the second reform is to limit the use of single source procurement. And the third is to tighten restricted tendering. Right Honorable Speaker, government will shorten procurement timelines. The lead time for national competitive tendering for goods will be reduced from 23 weeks to 8 weeks. Mr. Speaker, international competitive tendering for works will be reduced from 27 weeks to 14 weeks. Mr. Speaker, competitive tendering must remain the norm. Restricted tendering and single source procurement must be the exception. Government will therefore tighten the rules governing these exceptional procurement methods, strengthening oversight and improve accountability to ensure greater transparency and better value for money. Single source procurement will be permitted only in genuine exceptional circumstances, such as emergencies, national security, or where only one supplier is capable of delivering the required goods, works, and services. Right Honorable Speaker, urgency arising from poor planning will no longer be treated as an emergency. Government will also strengthen accountability by introducing sanctions for approvals granted in breach of the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will speed up project delivery, strengthen competition, improve value for money, and reduce opportunities for procurement abuses. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to flood response and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, following the widespread flooding that affected Greater Accra and other parts of the country in June 2026, government sought parliamentary approval to draw 350 million from the contingency fund to finance emergency response intervention. On the 30th of June 2026, the Finance Committee of Parliament, acting under Article 1771 of the Constitution, approved the request. However, Mr. Speaker, government was unable to access the funds because the contingency fund was subject to a garnishee order issued by the Accra High Court. Mr. Speaker, given the urgency of protecting lives, providing humanitarian relief to affected communities, and restoring critical infrastructure, government reallocated 350 million from the contingency vote under the control of the Minister of Finance in the 2026 budget to the Disaster Management Committee under the Ministry of Interior to finance the emergency responses. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen flood mitigation efforts across the country, government also reallocated 226 million within the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources to implement additional flood control and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to improving urban mobility and providing safe, reliable, and affordable public transport for Ghanaians. To this end, government is reallocating 400 million Ghana cedis for the acquisition of high occupancy buses to strengthen the fleet of state-owned transport companies, including Metro Mass Transit and the State Transport Company. Mr. Speaker, this intervention will expand public transport capacity, particularly along high-demand urban and intercity routes, reducing long passenger queues during peak hours, and provide commuters with more reliable and efficient alternative to private vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the update on key policy initiatives that this House approved. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now report on the implementation on some of the government key policy initiatives during the first half of 2026. First, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's crude oil production declined sharply from 71.4 billion barrels in 2019 to about 36 million barrels in 2025. To reverse this decline, government has introduced investor-friendly reforms that have already secured more than $3.5 billion in new investment commitment from the Jubilee and OCTP partners. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms are already delivering results. Oil production has exceeded expectation this year, with Jubilee increasing from a projected 68,000 barrels to about 95,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, while Sankofa is now producing about 28,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, gas production has also increased from 245 million to about 282 million standard cubic feet per day. And, Mr. Speaker, a new agreement with the OCTP partners will increase gas production further to 350 million standard cubic feet per day. Government is also updating the laws governing the upstream petroleum sector to make Ghana more attractive for investment, with a proposed amendment to be submitted to this Parliament before the year end. Right, Honorable Speaker, government remains firmly committed to its gas-to-power strategy, which is replacing expensive light crude oil with cleaner and cheaper natural gas. This transition is expected to reduce electricity generation costs by at least 75%. I am pleased to report that by the end of June 2026, government has increased gas supply for power generation by an additional 35 million standard cubic feet per day, bringing total supply to about 490 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. The increase comprises 10 million standard cubic feet per day from the OCTP partners led by ANI and 25 million standard cubic feet per day from the NGAS. So, Speaker, this strategic shift is already delivering significant savings. By replacing light crude oil with natural gas, government saved about 3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to $268.8 million in fuel costs during the first half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, government in partnership with the private sector is developing 100 million standard cubic feet per day modular gas processing facility. Land acquisition has been completed, while the environmental assessment, engineering design, financial due diligence, and project structuring are underway. Mr. Speaker, this will be submitted to Parliament for consideration. Financial close is expected by end of 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project is expected to create nearly 1,000 jobs and generate about $2 billion in benefits to the state over the next 5 years through fuel savings, foreign exchange savings, taxes, levies, and dividend. Mr. Speaker, I now report on our 1,200 megawatt state-owned power plant. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is also developing a 1,200 megawatt state-owned combined cycle gas-fired power plant at Kafudidi Abrobano in the Commander Edna Egwafo Ebrim municipality. Mr. Speaker, feasibility studies have confirmed the project viability, with environmental engineering and permitting processes progressing steadily. The first 600 megawatt phase is expected to be commissioned in 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, to reduce costs, government secured the gas turbines directly from GE Vernova, achieving savings of between 35% and 45% compared with third-party procurement. Right Honorable Speaker, the project will lower electricity generation costs, help reduce electricity tariff by 10 to 20%, and create more than 2,000 direct and indirect jobs during the first phase. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Government Big Push Infrastructure Program is driving the largest coordinated investment in strategic transport infrastructure in recent years, with projects underway in all 16 regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, work has commenced on 87 projects, comprising 74 trunk roads and bridges, 10 urban roads and 3 feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, by end of June 2026, 13 projects had reached at least 50% completion, including 6 projects that had exceeded 75%, while a further 15 projects had progressed beyond 25% completion. Significant progress has been made on key corridors, including the Kaswa-Winneba, Takrade-Aguna Junction, Ofanko in Sawom, Tepagoso, Adentan-Dodowa, Tema Aflao, Penny Aflao, Wenchi Sola Atimpoku Ho Aflao, Tumu Han Laura, Tumu Navrongo, and Winneba Cape Coast Takrade roads. Right Honorable Speaker, the construction of the Swami Interchange Phase 2, the Sunyani, Tamale, and Kumasi Outer Ring Road are progressing. Mr. Speaker, feeder road projects in the Eastern Volta region are also improving access to farming communities and market access. During the second half of the year, government will fast-track project nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, improve contractor performance and remove bottlenecks to ensure they are completed on time. Right Honorable Speaker, I take you to the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway remains the flagship under the Big Push program. It involves the construction of 176-kilometer, 6-lane bi-directional expressway linking Ghana's 2 largest commercial cities. When completed, Mr. Speaker, the expressway will reduce travel time between Accra and Kumasi to about 2 hours, improve road safety, ease congestion, lower transport costs, and feature modern interchanges, bridges, intelligent transport system, electronic tolling, emergency response facilities, and rest spots. Mr. Speaker, government has made substantial progress in the project preparation. As of 22nd July 2026, yesterday, the Ghana Armed Forces have cleared 122 kilometers, representing about 70% of the 120-meter wide right-of-way in just 12 weeks. Mr. Speaker, the entire corridor is expected to be cleared by the first week of September 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, compensation assessment, environmental studies, engineering design, feasibility works are progressing simultaneously. The feasibility study and detailed engineering design are expected to be completed by end of August 2026, next month. Mr. Speaker, with procurement for the main construction contract to commence in September 2026. Mr. Speaker, as of 2nd of July 2026, $1.7 billion United States dollars have been deposited into a dedicated Accra-Kumasi Expressway account at the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, as at yesterday, 22nd of July 2026, the government of Ghana has deposited 1.7 billion United States dollars into an account, a dedicated account at the Bank of Ghana solely for this project. The funds have been ring-fenced and will be used only after the main construction contract is awarded. I can share it. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore confident that all the requirements for this transformational project, including the resources, the money, will be in place when His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama cut the sword for the construction of the project to begin. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Achia-Manfuom, and also Achia-Manfuom Bridge. Right Honorable Speaker, for centuries, the people of Afram Plains have relied on ferries to cross the Afram River. While these ferries have served the area for many years, frequent delays and seasonal disruptions have impeded easy access and movement of people, goods, and the provision of essential services. The Adosu Achia-Manfuom Bridge, a 3.6-kilometer permanent bridge, will be the longest in Ghana and will replace the ferries, providing a safe, reliable, and all-weather crossing. As part of Ghana's big push infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it will connect the Kwewu-Afram Plains to the national road network and unlock the significant potential of one of Ghana's most important food baskets. The bridge will make it easier for farmers to transport maize, cassava, yam, rice, and other produce to market, reducing travel time. It will also improve access to healthcare, education, and other essential services, while creating jobs, attracting investment, and supporting food security. Expected to be completed by end of 2028, the Adosu Achia-Manfuom Bridge is a gateway to opportunities, bringing communities closer to markets, services, and better future. The Speaker, the Dambai Bridge. Works is also progressing on the Dambai Bridge, a critical project that will provide a permanent crossing between Dambai and Dodi-Kope and strengthen transport along the Eastern Corridor. The Speaker, the project comprises 1.49-kilometer bridge and approximately 6.8 kilometer of approach roads. The Speaker, at the end of June 2026, fiscal progress had reached 6%, slightly ahead of schedule, with foundation work and construction of the temporary bridge already underway. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road, of which Parliament approved 2 days ago. Mr. Speaker, government has begun the implementation of the agriculture enclave road program. Government is investing 528 million United States dollars equivalent in cedis to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads across 4 major agriculture producing corridors. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads, ensure 100% of rehabilitated roads are maintained under performance-based contract, expand the National Road Asset Management Database to achieve 100% coverage, create approximately 25,000 direct and indirect jobs, including at least 7,500 jobs for women, and reduce travel time by over 40% on paved roads and 30% on unpaved roads. Mr. Speaker, the first phase will involve the rehabilitation of 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads to be undertaken across 4 agriculture clusters covering 13 regions of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, Cluster 1 will cover 300 kilometers of roads in Upper West, Northern Region, and Savannah regions, and that will be 300 kilometers. Clusters 2, Mr. Speaker, will rehabilitate 300 kilometers of roads in the Oti, Volta, and the Eastern regions. Mr. Speaker, Cluster 3 will also rehabilitate 250 kilometers of roads in Ashanti, Bono East, and Eastern region. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Cluster 4 will cover 200 kilometers of roads in Western North, Western, Central, and Ahafo region. Mr. Speaker, this investment will improve connectivity between farms and markets, reduce post-harvest losses, lower transport costs, and support agricultural transformation in some of Ghana's most productive farming areas. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the oil palm. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to transforming Ghana's oil palm industry into a major driver of industrialization, export growth, import substitution, and rural employment. A key pillar of the integrated oil palm development policy is the establishment of a sustainability-compliant oil palm land banks to de-risk private sector investment and accelerate the development of large-scale plantation integrated with smallholder and outgrower schemes. Mr. Speaker, implementation of this initiative is progressing steadily. The Ministry of Land and Natural Resources, working in collaboration with the private sector and other relevant institutions, have reviewed over 270,000 hectares of land in the Western region. Right Honorable Speaker, drone survey have been completed on over 117,000 hectares, whilst 46,000 hectares have been selected for detailed land use change analysis. To date, assessment has been completed on 16,000 hectares, of which approximately 10,780 hectares have been identified as suitable for sustainable oil palm development. Right Honorable Speaker, these areas are now undergoing the required environmental, social, and sustainable assessment, including high conservation value, high carbon stock, and free, prior, and informed consent (FPIC) processes in line with the international standard. Mr. Speaker, similar mapping, land documentation activities have commenced in the Central region, with preparatory work underway in Eastern and Volta region. Based on the current assessment, Mr. Speaker, the Western region alone is expected to provide approximately 30,000 hectares of land for the first phase of the development. Mr. Speaker, as work expands nationwide, the land bank has the potential to exceed 100,000 hectares across Ghana's oil palm growing belt. Mr. Speaker, this initiative will unlock significant private sector investment, create over 250 direct and indirect jobs across the value chain, and strengthen smallholder participation, increase domestic crude oil palm production, reduce import dependency, and position Ghana as a leading hub for oil palm processing and exports. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to work with stakeholders to ensure that this program is implemented responsibly, sustainably, and in a manner that delivers lasting benefit to our communities and the national economy. Now listen, Mr. Speaker, government is also finalizing the $500 million United States dollars integrated oil palm development financing agreement with the World Bank for on-lending to the private sector for the development of large-scale commercial oil palm plantation. We expect to conclude and present it to this House by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, we expect to bring it for approval by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of Government Feed Ghana program, we have commenced the establishment of the 50 farmer service centers across the country to improve farmers' access to mechanization and extension services. To support this initiative, government has deposited 551 million Ghana cedis into an escrow account at the Bank of Ghana to establish the letters of credit for the procurement of 1,840 units of agricultural machineries and equipment. These include tractors, trailers, power tillers, plows, cultivators, seed drills, sprayers, fertilizer spreaders, and combine harvesters, which will significantly improve farm productivity, reduce production costs, and enhance food security. Mr. Speaker, cocoa sector reforms. Right Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is serving as a major source of export earnings and livelihood for millions of Ghanaians, particularly in rural Ghana. Mr. Speaker, since the enactment of the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81, the Ghana cocoa industry has undergone significant transformation. To modernize the governance and financing of the sector, government will submit a new Cocoa Board bill to Parliament to repeal and replace the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation will introduce a new producer pricing mechanism that aligns producer price with movement in international cocoa price, exchange rate development, and other relevant market conditions. We will also guarantee the cocoa farmer not less than 70% of gross free on board price. Mr. Speaker, we will also seek to establish a new financing framework for cocoa purchases and related operations and restore the long-term financial sustainability and operational efficiency of Ghana Cocoa Board. The bill will also ensure that not less than 50% of cocoa beans produced in Ghana is processed here in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we will also restrain Ghana Cocoa Board from taking part in quasi-fiscal activities. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, these reforms will place Ghana's cocoa sector on a stronger financial footing, improve returns to cocoa farmer, ensure value addition, and position the industry for sustainable long-term growth. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to transforming secondary education and eliminating the double track. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana the education remains one of the most powerful investments we can make in the future of our country. Government is therefore taking bold steps to transform secondary education through a $300 million United States dollar World Bank financing. Mr. Speaker, under this $300 million United States dollar World Bank financing initiative, government will undertake 210 major infrastructure interventions across the country. These include, Mr. Speaker, we are building 10 new secondary schools. Right Honorable Speaker, we will rehabilitate 150 secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we are upgrading 30 Category C secondary schools to become a Category B school. Mr. Speaker, aside, we are also upgrading 20 Category B schools to be part of Category A. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to procure furniture to support the schools that we are upgrading and ensure that every school child going to any of our secondary schools benefits from textbooks free of charge. Mr. Speaker, 10 new secondary schools will be strategically distributed to improve access in the underserved areas. One new school each will be constructed in Western North, Greater Accra, Volta, Oti, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, and Central Region. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to benefit about 2.3 million students, over 100,000 teachers, and about 2,000 school leaders across the country. The project will support government effort to eliminate the double track within 2 calendar years. Mr. Speaker, improved learning outcomes, particularly in mathematics and science, expand female participation in STEM and TVET education, and equip our young people with the digital, technical, and green skills required for the jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to free primary health care. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to quality primary health care, regardless of income or location. Following the launch of the free primary health care policy in April 2026, the first phase of implementation is targeting 150 underserved districts across the country. Mr. Speaker, government has distributed more than 24,000 pieces of medical equipment to strengthen diagnostics, emergency, maternal, and neonatal care. Mr. Speaker, we have also deployed motorbikes, tricycles, and mobile outreach equipment to improve healthcare delivery in hard-to-reach communities. In addition, community screening for hypertension, diabetes, cancer, and other non-communicable diseases has been expanded, while the establishment of health kiosks, container-based health posts, and upgrading of existing primary healthcare facilities are underway. Women's Development Bank, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government has made progress towards the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. On the 26th of January 2026, the bank was formally incorporated as WDB Ghana Limited. Mr. Speaker, following its incorporation, government applied to the Bank of Ghana for the requisite banking license to enable the bank commence operations. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the capital requirement for licensing, the Ministry of Finance has deposited an amount of 400 million Ghana cedis into an account with the Bank of Ghana as the initial capital for the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, the Women's Development Bank is expected to commence full operations before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, and I'll bring you to the conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, in recent times, a narrative has emerged suggesting that this government is not spending enough. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. Far from standing still, we have been steadily and responsibly deploying resources guided by the simple but firm principle that we can only spend only what we have, and we spend it wisely and with the future of our nation in view. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, allow me to lay before this House a clear account of some of the expenditure we have made so far to support government programs across the sectors approved in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, first, to compensate public sector workers, an amount of 48.8 billion Ghana cedis for compensation of employees has been paid, including 4 billion Ghana cedis as contribution to SNIT and 2 billion Ghana cedis as Tier 2 pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, to honor our debt obligation, an amount of 21.5 billion for interest has been paid. To honor our international debt obligation, an amount of $700 million for Eurobond debt service and interest have also been paid. To restore confidence on our financial systems, an amount of 10 billion Ghana cedis to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to deepen fiscal decentralization, an amount of 4.4 billion cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund, representing the first 2 quarters of the year, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the National Health Insurance Scheme strong and vibrant, an amount of 4.5 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. To strengthen specialized health care, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to Mahama Cares has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to support quality and access education and accessible education, an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year to the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to strengthen free secondary education program and ease the burden on families, and an amount of 1.8 billion cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to improve road maintenance, an amount of 1.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support job creation for young people, an amount of 459 million Ghana cedis to the Youth Employment Agency has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again to support petroleum sector, an amount of 961 million Ghana cedis to the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote development in mining communities and mining institutions, an amount of 458 million to the Mineral Development Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the light on across the country, an amount of 7.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to clear legacy arrests, to clear your arrest, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5.3 billion Ghana cedis has been paid to, Mr. Speaker, to give remaining to free compulsory basic education, an amount of 76 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support the most vulnerable in our society, an amount of 485 million Ghana cedis to LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to provide nutritious meal and keep our children in school, an amount of 877 million to the Ghana School Feeding Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ease the burden on families, an amount of 46 million for BEC registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to remove financial barriers to tertiary education, an amount of 537 million for the no-fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support teachers, the teacher trainees, an amount of 104 million as teacher training allowance has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support nursing training, an amount of 144 million as nursing training allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen grassroots governance, an amount of 93 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote skills development and entrepreneur, an amount of 45 million for the National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support Ghana's participation in the 2026 FIFA World Cup, an amount of 58 million has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support environmental sustainability, an amount of 477.4 million to ARICOPS has been paid. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our campaign promise, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for flagship programs, including food buffer stock, fertilizers, certified seed distribution, Feed Ghana, irrigation infrastructure has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to modernize agriculture through the establishment of the Farmer Service Center, an amount of 551 million into an escrow account for the establishment of a letter of credit has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support infrastructure development, an amount of 11.5 billion Ghana cedis as capital expenditure has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to improve road infrastructure, an amount of 6.5 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push infrastructure program has been paid, Mr. Speaker, to support education delivery, an amount of 915 million for goods and services under the Ministry of Education, including sanitary pads, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ensure smooth and effective functioning of government, an amount of 7.9 billion Ghana cedis for goods and services have been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to protect our rivers, forest reserves, and agricultural lands against the Galamsey menace, an amount of 16 million to the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with numbers, but with reflection. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with a number, but with a reflection. Right, Honorable Speaker, before this administration took office, this country stood at the edge of an economic cliff. The city was in free fall. Inflation has raised 50%. Our sovereign debt rated junk. Our access to the world capital market had been cut off. And for the 17th time in our history, Ghana turned to the IMF for a bailout. Mr. Speaker, that was the Ghana we inherited. Today, inflation stands at 5.3%. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, has stabilized. Economic growth is above 6% and broad-based. Our debt to GDP is now 45%, years ahead of schedule. The primary balance is in surplus, not in deficit. Interest rates have declined significantly, and Ghana has successfully completed the final review of the IMF bailout program. Mr. Speaker, we promised to move this economy from the emergency room to the wellness center. Mr. Speaker, we have kept that promise. Mr. Speaker, I give this House my firm assurance this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Right, Honorable Speaker? I want to give this House my firm assurance that this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. These achievements do not belong to government. They belong to the people of Ghana. Behind every number in this statement is the sacrifice of an ordinary Ghanaian. The pensioner who accepted painful and crude haircuts on a lifetime savings. The bank and businesses that absorbed extraordinary losses and costs. Millions of citizens who endured difficult adjustments so that their country could recover. And the market trader, the nurse, the teacher, the entrepreneur, and the young graduate who lived through some of the hardest months in our recent history and never gave up on his country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization was not won in this chamber alone. It was won in homes, on farms, in workshops, in marketplaces, and through the patience and resilience of the Ghanaian people. This administration will never take that sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, we know that inflation alone does not refill an empty pot. We know that a stronger cedi does not instantly repair a household budget stretched by years of economic mismanagement and crisis. And we also know that there is still a distance between recovery and a relief at the kitchen table. But we also know this, Mr. Speaker, your sacrifice was not in vain. It secures something priceless, a firm foundation for our dear country. And on that foundation, we will build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, to every Ghanaian who endured, to the market woman in Kejitia, the farmer in Busunu, the teacher in Wa, the entrepreneur in Sekendi Takrade, and every young person still searching for the opportunity they deserve, I say, on behalf of His Excellency President Mahama, thank you. Your sacrifice is the reason Ghana is standing today. Your future is the reason we refuse to stop here. Mr. Speaker, let me now speak the hard truth that discipline demands. Right Honorable Speaker, stability is not a trophy to be worn once and displayed forever. It is a garden. It must be tended every single day or we lose it. Ghana has traveled this road before. We have stabilized, celebrated, relaxed, and unfortunately relapsed. 17 times we turned to the IMF for a bailout. We are determined that the 17th time shall be the last. But that determination cannot rest on the shoulders of the government alone. This is my call to every Ghanaian. The gains we have secured are national gains. They demand a national commitment to protect them. Mr. Speaker, it means paying your taxes so that our schools, hospitals, roads are financed increasingly from our own resources rather than by unsustainable borrowings. It means demanding value for money for every cedi of public expenditure and refusing to look away when public resources are wasted. Mr. Speaker, it means holding this government and every government that follows to the fiscal rules we have written into law. Mr. Speaker, fiscal discipline can no longer be a policy of a minister. It must become the culture of our country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization can never be the destination. Stabilization was never the destination. It was only the price of entry. Ghana has paid that price. What comes next is the work that changes life at scale, the work of transformation. Through the new economy that His Excellency President Mahama will unveil, we will build an economy that does not merely withstand shocks, but create jobs, generate wealth, and grow on the strength of what Ghana produces. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. Right, Honorable Speaker, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. The money we manage does not belong to those entrusted to manage it. It belongs to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it belongs to you and belongs to all of us. Every cedi collected in taxes, every cedi borrowed, and every cedi spent carries with it a sacred obligation to use it wisely, honestly, and always in the national interest. My assurance to this House and to every Ghanaian is simple. Your money is safe. Your money is safe. Under the leadership of President Mahama, your economy is in safe hands. And as long as I have the honor to serve as Minister for Finance, it will remain so. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to level with you always. I will tell you the truth about the state of the public finances, whether the news is welcoming or difficult. We will never conceal our challenges or exaggerate our successes. Trust is about the truth, and truth must remain the foundation of sound economic management. Our responsibility now is not merely to celebrate these gains, but to preserve them for future generations. Economic stability is not an event. It is a duty renewed every day through prudent stewardship, fiscal discipline, and unwavering accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not going back. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Mahama and with the determination of the Ghanaian people, Ghana is moving forward steadily, honestly, and together. Mr. Speaker, with these remarks, I respectfully submit the 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of government to this House for consideration. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
All right, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasla Tuforsen, just presenting the mid-year budget review. We had members of the majority chant there, Addo is forcing, but he sounded pretty confident about the prospects of the economy. I just want to pick on three things. I mean, because we've been talking about taxes, the minister outlining measures to boost revenue without increasing taxes. These include an ambitious VAT reform, the rollout of fiscal electronic devices, a VAT reward scheme, tighter customs enforcement, electronic inventory systems for bonded warehouses, so much more. Also, he's been speaking about the IMF PCI, the technical framework. He says government expects the IMF board to approve the 37th month policy coordination instrument, which will guide the next phase of reforms to 26 policy targets. So, I mean, in summary, the government pretty confident about where the economy is going. Government's position is that the foundations for macroeconomic stability have been restored, fiscal discipline is taking a hold, and the focus now shifts from stabilization to sustaining growth, protecting gains, and deepening structural reforms. We'll be getting reactions from Parliament to the Finance Minister's presentation. As you'd anticipate, the place is going to get animated, as is on your screen right now. We are going to hear chants from the majority, the minority. Hopefully, we'll hear from the minority side what they make of the Finance Minister's presentation. But I just want to pick quick reactions in the studio from our guests. I want to begin with Mark Bedo-Abaje, since taxes were top of the agenda before we listen to the Finance Minister. Your reaction to the tax measures announced?
Well, obviously, we're not expecting that a new tax will be introduced, and as I've said, existing one, the rate will be increased. So we're monitoring to see what will happen. I think these are measures just to block the loopholes and ensure that we rake in revenue from existing taxes. So for me, I think it's something that we support. If there is a way to expand the net, there is a way to block the holes so that those who are not paying will now get to pay for us to increase the tax revenue. I think it's a good
I mean, what were you looking out for in the budget, and are you satisfied with what you've heard from the finance?
Well, largely, I think that, let me say it's fair, because I was looking at how we're going to consolidate the macroeconomic stability that we have enjoyed over the period. And it looks like we are likely to achieve all the target that we have set for ourselves. I mean, they are well aligned. Inflation, I'm obvious. I'm optimistic that we are going to achieve the target of the 8 ± 2. The budget surplus, I'm sure we will be able to achieve it. So we are consolidating the gains. It's well anchored, unless there is a external force that will be so strong to derail the gains that we have made. I think we are on course. I heard a lot about investment in the energy sector. We have complained about cost of energy and even reliability. So I'm expecting that all those investments will translate into a lower cost of energy for businesses, and also reliable supply of energy. So this is something that we'll be monitoring critically to see that we achieve that. The women banking, I mean, the statement is too vague. I mean, at the end of the year, I was expecting a definite statement to say that, because we've gone far, and I think they have planned all these things. So giving us, if not the exact date, at least a month that all of us will be looking up to see the women banking being operational, because something that our women are looking up to. For the chamber, we have a women wing, and one of the questions they keep asking is that, when is the women banking coming? When is it coming? So if it has been established, we want a definite statement that, of course, will put us on preparation for that. The preparation, the DDEP, I think, is one of the areas.
Sorry, apologies. I just wanted to listen to what's going on right now in Parliament.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members will listen to each other in silence.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has just told this House that the true character of a Finance Minister is not determined by how much he spends. Such a statement must cause palpitation among ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, basically, what he is telling all ministers, that he is not going to spend, he is not going to release funds to you. Mr. Speaker, already you are suffering and you've been redundant in your various ministries. His deputy minister told the nation that 1.6 billion was released to the Greek minister. Today, he says only 1.1 billion. You see, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends. Mr. Speaker, throughout his review, there was no policy announcement for the cocoa sector. The 4 million farmers, the 4 million cocoa farmers are suffering. This finance minister, since he took over as a supervising minister responsible for cocoa, we have seen suffering and wailing, and he comes here to lament. Mr. Speaker, he talks about determining the true cost of economic policy. The true cost. He's talking about having met some debt. What he has forgotten, that he refused good counsel from the minority. When Gold Board and Bank of Ghana charges on the gold for reserve policy was at 15%, we cautioned. He didn't listen. Later, IMF forced them to reduce it to 9%. 3 days ago, the governor announced that he was no more going to participate in this gold for reserve. It's too late in the day. You've already incurred losses of 9.6 billion. That is what the IMF told you. And you come here, you're saying prudent management of the economy. Really? Mr. Speaker, this review is full of English with empty payment. The payment, he said, is done. He said they've done some payment. Why didn't he give us details? You paid your party members. You paid your party members. The monies have gone to your party members. And Mr. Speaker, the Nkukon Kitinkiti project has now become protein.
Honourable members, I insist we listen to each other in silence.
The Nkukon Kitinkiti has become protein for your party executives. They are all cooking Akukon Kwai. It is now Akukon Kwai. Mr. Speaker, I want the finance minister to walk the talk. If you come here and you say 24-hour market, 24-hour market at 42 million cities, and you've abandoned the Agenda 111, the hospitals, that should be your priority. You are not constructing the hospitals. Then you are spending a whooping sum of 42 million, and you say you've released 80% to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, you are using the assemblies, their own allocation, to pay for the 24-hour economy. When there are no hospitals, how do you say you are constructing markets? Mr. Speaker, this review is uninspiring. There is no inspiration. What we are experiencing in this country is persecution, persecution, persecution. For the first time, we are seeing political imprisonment. One to me is a political prisoner. Mr. Speaker, Camila Al-Hassan, a young mother of 3, is also a political prisoner, telling you how intolerant you are, and you are here telling us you are running an economy. You want this to be a one-sided parliament. When people criticize you, you threaten them. A lot of my MPs here have been threatened. You are threatening members of parliament with prosecution. Let me serve a warning to the Attorney General that the ravening clouds shall no longer be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. Be careful. 2028, you'll be in opposition. 2028. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, if you don't stop now, you will go and meet Wontumi there, and Wontumi will be out, and you will go in. So I'm advising you, let us all be measured. We welcome the reforms by the finance minister, and for the first time, he did something patriotic by acknowledging the digitalization reforms we introduced in government payments. Today he has acknowledged it. Mr. Speaker, we commend you for acknowledging MPP. We commend you, but you can do better. Tell tell your government to free all political prisoners. Dr. Akufo-Addo, tell your government to free all political prisoners. Wound to me deserve justice. Kamila Al-Hassan deserve justice. The MPs behind me that you have lined them up for persecution. Listen, you can decide to imprison every MP. It will not shut us down. We will criticize you. We will hold your feet to account, and we will make sure you account for every city you spend. But you know what? The good news is that you are on your way to opposition. You are on your way to opposition. So you should begin thinking. You should begin thinking deep. Because the Insawam cells, Insawam prison will not be locked up. It will open widely for you. It will swallow many of you. From what we are seeing in public procurement, your situation will be worse. So be careful, those of you who are comfortable. And finally, you claim you want a third term. Third term. You are not performing. You say third term. Akufo-Addo, you are here presenting a budget, and beneath it is a third term agenda where you are going to spend money for people to be calling for third term. We are watching you with eagle eyes. Third term, focus on 24-hour economy. You promise one job, 3 shifts. You promise industrialization. Ghanaian businesses have lost confidence in you. You canceled the 1D, 1F, which was creating opportunity for the private sector. In its place, no policy alternative. Electricity tariffs have gone up over almost 30%. Then you get up, you say you are promoting 24-hour economy. You have sacked public sector workers. Many of the Ghanaian youth lost their jobs. You sacked them. Today you are here. Instead of promising to restore them into their rightful places in the job market, you are not doing so. Then you come, you say we should praise you. Who is going to praise you? If you don't pay and you are holding the money and then you are there tightening belt and only paying your party members, then we should praise you. We are not interested in the books. We are interested in the economy in our pockets. People are suffering, Mr. Speaker. People need jobs. Your youth, even your MPs, they are praising you here. A lot of them are hungry. Your backbenchers, they can't go back home. Your backbenchers. And you hear, you say we should praise you. We will not praise you. It is the same old story. Asem Dadana, Mrs. Sain. Again, Asem Dadana. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, let's listen to each other in silence. I insist that we listen to each other in silence. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the House, thank the Finance Minister for presenting a mid-year review of the budget, which this House approved and authorized him to execute. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that the Finance Minister has given a very good account of himself. Mr. Speaker,
just to correct the records, there is no inconsistency between what the finance minister said and what his deputy mentioned some time ago. His deputy mentioned that he had given a release of 1.1 billion, 1.6 billion. Today, the finance minister reported that he has given 1.1 billion to the Ministry of Agriculture and he also paid 551 million for Farmer Services Center. If you put the two together, that's 1.6. That's one. It was presented. You see, the good thing about this media report. The good thing about this media report.
Honorable members, for once, let's listen to each other in silence. Honorable members, please.
The good thing about this report is that it was presented live on national television. Everybody was watching and they saw the figures projected. So if the minority leader engages in a slip of tongue, it is important for me to I just thought I should correct that. I know that he did not benefit from going to Fufusu Primary School. So his mathematics might not be as good as Honorable Gina Paul's mathematics. When you add 551 to 1.1, you get 1.6. So the finance minister and his deputy presented an accurate figure. But Mr. Speaker, we were in this country, in this parliament, and there was a finance minister who told us that he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. That he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. A finance minister who could not run the economy without going for debts. Today, we have a finance minister who has abolished all those taxes, and yet he is successfully managing our economy. We have a finance minister who is not borrowing recklessly, but is successfully managing our economy. That is why I said that this finance minister has clearly given a good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are struggling, working day and night, to pay the debts, to fix the economy. Like the minister has indicated, ordinary Ghanaians are making sacrifices. Where is the man who put us in the debt? Where is Ken Ofori-Atta? After borrowing recklessly, creating the debts, he has gone and he is hiding in the United States of America. We must bring Ken Ofori-Atta back. Ken Ofori-Atta should be brought back to come and account to the good people of Ghana why he so grossly mismanaged our finances and left ordinary Ghanaians to struggle and fix the economy whilst he enjoys in the United States of America. And this is a man who was presented by the NPP as a finance minister. And the same people are telling Ghanaians that they should be brought back to power. So that you do what with power? So that you will do what with power? You will bring Ken Ofori-Atta back and he will come and be building cathedrals. Mr. Speaker, this media report clearly indicates that the cathedral project is not ongoing. Mr. Speaker, what is ongoing is the construction of new schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of existing schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of the quality of schools. This media report shows that what is ongoing is the construction of roads, the construction of bridges never seen in the history of Ghana before. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has indeed given a good account of himself. And that is why this House must commend him highly. Mr. Speaker, clearly, under this finance minister, Ghana is working again. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with Dr. Akufo-Addo managing our economy, we can all go to sleep with two eyes closed because he will deliver. Mr. Speaker, as for the issues that my friends in the minority have raised, I am surprised that when we have been presented with a mid-year review of the budget, we are seeking to castigate the judiciary of this country. You are castigating the judiciary because it is not the Attorney General who convicted Wontumi. It is not Akufo-Addo who convicted Wontumi. It is a judge who convicted Wontumi. So the place to go to is the court where he has been convicted. Go and fight your case in the court. I have full confidence in the judiciary. And I know that if you go there and you Mr. Speaker, this is not a forum to discuss Wontumi. It won't be fair to Wontumi for us to make him the subject matter of debate. So, Mr. Speaker, let me join this House to commend the Finance Minister and to assure the Finance Minister of the support of this House, of the support of Parliament as he continues to work and improve the finances and the economy. Finance Minister, this morning or this afternoon, you have laid a number of bills. You have laid a number of bills which we believe are all aimed at helping you achieve your various targets. This House will diligently go through the bills and ensure the passage of the bills. Mr. Speaker, why is the minority leader thinking that he should take the same time as myself? I speak for 189 people. I speak for 189 people. You speak for how many people? Let's count them. How many are they? How many are they? How can the person who speaks for 189 share the same time as the person who speaks for 87? How does that happen? How does a person who speaks for only 87 have the same time as a person who speaks for 189? Mr. Speaker, so be measured in terms of what you ask for.
Honorable.
Look at your size when you're asking for material.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, they will still keep your time for you. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was a clear understanding of 10 minutes each. I complied with it. The clerk communicated. And Mr. Speaker, we were both timed. The majority leader's time ended. And then he was given additional time. Mr. Speaker, I was going to talk about the free SHS that they couldn't implement with internally generated funds, and now they are going to borrow. But I held back. Mr. Speaker, just exiting IMF, they've gone for 1 billion cedis. I kept quiet. Mr. Speaker, $1 billion. But because I wanted to act within time, I acted within time. And now the majority leader has been given extended time. And all he says is that he needs 189, which will soon dissipate. Mr. Speaker, I think the right time for debate will come. He should try and end this so that we delve into the issues, because the finance minister for 2 hours on inspiring message.
Minority Leader, with all due respect,
all I want to say.
Let me bring it to your attention that I am not the timekeeper. They are keeping the time up there, which would automatically cut at 10 minutes. I think the clerk can attest to that. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you observe, for most of the time I was on my feet. I was not talking because you were making a lot of noise and heckling. So I was quiet, if you observe. You see, when you heckle and I shout back at you, I haven't respected you. The reason is that there's a proverb among my people, but I will not use that proverb. So please, when you are talking, I keep quiet because I respect you. I have to listen to you. If you are talking across and I'm also talking across, we are not listening to each other. And the children who are watching from home will be learning a very bad lesson. That's why anytime you start, I keep quiet. That was what ate into my time. If not, strictly speaking, I did not even speak for up to 5 minutes, strictly speaking. And I have a strategy where when a finance minister comes and delivers a very, very sweet message, I don't want to dilute it. I don't want to dilute it. I know the strategy of my friend opposite is to take attention away from this beautiful message to Chairman Wontumi. That's his strategy. If I follow him along that line, I would have assisted him to achieve his objective. So I will not discuss those matters. So let us leave it here. We'll have the time to comment on the statement, in fact, about 2 or 3 days to comment on the statement. At the level of leadership, we'll discuss the time allotment. The proposal is that we start the commentary tomorrow. Will we be sufficiently prepared to start tomorrow? Yeah. It's obvious that you are not ready now. Because when you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi. When you are given the opportunity, you are talking about Wontumi instead of the media statement. So you are clearly not yet ready. So we'll make copies available to you. When you read that, you might see that it has nothing to do with Wontumi. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable members, we defer further comment on the statement. We then turn to order paper addendum 2. At commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Yes. Yes, we are now coming to do presentation of those papers. Yes, Manuel.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, just for your guidance, the statement that the finance minister...
Yeah, the statement has been duly laid.
Yeah, no, Mr. Speaker, where he first laid it, Mr. Speaker, there is a particular spot where such important public documents are laid. Mr. Speaker, I am interested in when it was laid. Where it has shifted to, I'm not interested. Mr. Speaker, it is curious to find that the government MPs are going out now, and they are not even in white, because they find the statement uninspiring. The last time they came in white, and now all of them are running away. You see, Mr. Speaker, all of them are going out. I said it. All of them are leaving. They are not even well attired in their usual white, because there's no inspiration. If you see the mixture of dresses, multicolored dresses, there is no white, no inspiration. They are all leaving. The budget is empty. They are all leaving, Mr. Speaker.
With all due respect, the table is the table of the House, and it's very long. The clerk is in charge. Honorable Minister responsible for finance, you may now lay item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2.
Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a service provider to assist with the implementation of the Fiscal Electronic Device (FED) policy for the Ghana Revenue Authority. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a firm to develop and deploy the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system, the Sentinel system for the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honourable members, the item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2 at page 1 I have all been duly presented, and they are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise Standing Order 97.3. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Standing Order 97.3. A short explanation statement shall be made by the person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Mr. Speaker, papers haven't been laid.
Yes,
the Finance Minister.
Minister. Honorable Finance Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The rationale were presented as part of the media review, and I just completed the presentation to the House in detail. Each one of them, I spent over 10 minutes to explain each of them in the media review. Mr. Speaker, under the fiscal electronic devices, I made a statement on it. Under the Sentinel, being the cross-border, I made a statement on it. Each one of them, Mr. Speaker, I provided detail to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is a senior person in this chamber. At the time you were reading the statement, you were not laying any paper. So any explanation on the statement that you read was not part of the procedure of this. Now you are laying a paper, and it is within our standing orders in 97.3. You were reading the statement under 91. So you should do the needful, but you cannot refer us to the statement that you have made. In fact, we were not listening because it was boring.
Honorable Deputy Whip, by what standard are you measuring the explanation given by the Finance Minister?
Mr. Speaker, he didn't
explain. The rule says
Mr. Speaker, he didn't explain. He only said
explanation. The rules says you give a short explanation, and that is a short explanation. So the requirement of the rules have been met.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, he didn't explain. He only said in his statement. He explained it in his statement.
Yes.
And in his statement, he was not laying any paper. He's laying the paper now, so he should give the explanation.
But that is the explanation he has given, making reference to his presentation. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the same order 97.3 says a short explanatory statement may be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. 2 earlier on says, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon the presentation of the paper. This person has already made a statement. He made a statement, and then immediately he finished making the statement, has laid papers pursuant to the statement that he has made. So I don't think that there is much to delay us in this.
Honourable members, let me crave your indulgence to acknowledge the presence of very revered personalities in our midst. Honourable members, we have Mr. Anthony Kwesi Sapon, Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority. We have Honorable Alexander Adomako Mensah, Commissioner Support Services. We have Dr. Martin
Okay, we are breaking into proceedings in Parliament to get some reaction to the media budget review presented by the Finance Minister, Dr. Akufo-Addo. We will be heading back to Parliament, though, for some reactions from members of Parliament and some key stakeholders over there. But I want to come in studio, pick the thoughts of our latte partner, Deloitte, to the presentation that we had from the Finance Minister. What are your takeaways, Yao?
So I think it's a very informative budget statement or mid-year policy statement that has been made by the Minister of Finance. The lot of information that he shared with us. Some of them we knew, especially things around inflation, the publication for the first quarter, etc. There are a few observations, some of which we actually discussed before he presented the budget. One of them is the fact that our tax policy reforms has got impact on the revenue that we generate. It's very important. So we don't look at one side of revenue generation. So you don't keep taxing an economy and expect to generate revenue. If you introduce reforms that increase productivity in an economy, you make more money in return. And so what he said, and one of the statements he said, is that despite abolishing certain taxes, government exceeded its revenue or tax revenue targets. So what it means is that some of the taxes that were there previous that were abolished were, as they describe it, nuisance taxes. And they were stifling businesses, they were stifling productivity. And so the removal of those taxes created some economic productivity that increased revenue. And the other side is that you get the benefit in corporate income taxes, you get a benefit in other direct taxes. The other thing is also he mentioned things around.
Sorry to cut you. I know, events are unfolding. We need to go back to Parliament because I am told that the minority is addressing the press right now. I believe is Samuel Abujinapo who is addressing the press. Amin Adams, right, I'm told, on behalf of the minority. Take a listen.
Okay. Leadership. Okay. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the press. So this is the Minority Caucus's preliminary comments or response to the budget review presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance. As you agree with us, this government, from what has been submitted in Parliament, can best be described as talk more, do little government. Because the review has confirmed our description of the original budget, the 2026 budget, as having only bones, no meat. And for that matter, can best be described as Koscielko budget. The minister tried his best to do what he does best, propaganda. But his own data gave him out. His own data showed that the honeymoon is over. They are now faced with the reality because this budget is empty. And because it has no meat and they have no story, again, the minister resorted to blame game. They've been doing this blame game from the time they assumed office in 2025. And after 18 months in government, they are still doing blame game. The Ghanaian people voted for them to deliver just that and not to blame the previous government. But as you all heard from the minister's address, there is nothing to tell the people of Ghana. I will point out to you some of the confessions the minister made. Confessions in respect of issues they disputed last year and early this year. I will also point out some inaccuracies in the presentation, as well as their failure to implement some of the programs they promised the people of Ghana. Number one is on the issue of reserves, international gross reserves. Most of you were in this parliament when the minister brought the reserve management policy. They call it accelerated reserve management policy to this house for parliament to approve, in which document they stated that by the end of 2026, reserves, gross reserves will reach 8.6 months of import cover. Sadly, in the minister's presentation today, he stuck to 3 months of import cover. So how can 8.6 months of import cover all of a sudden become 3 months of import cover? Number two, primary balance. If you recall, in 2025, when they presented the budget for that year, the minister did what we call voodoo analysis of arrears by asking every MDA to bring arrears even when they were not recognized by the Ministry of Finance. He put together about 67 billion Ghana cedis. If you recall, we told you and the people of Ghana that what the minister was doing was propaganda. As a result of the inclusion of those arrears in the budget, the fiscal outturn was distorted. In fact, in the 2025 budget, the minister reported that the primary fiscal deficit was 3.9% for 2024. He did this so that he could undermine the previous government. 7.9. 3.9%, not the overall fiscal. 3.9%. In the 2026 budget statement, the minister revised it to 3.1%. The same 2024 primary deficit revised from 3.9% to 3.1%. In this mid-year review, the minister has again revised it to 2.9%. Ghanaians can now see that these governments are just interested in propaganda. How can primary deficit for 2024 move from 3.9% to 3.1% and now to 2.9%? This confession is not by accident. It is because the minority kept telling the world that this government was misinforming the people of Ghana. And this confession is coming immediately after another confession by the Bank of Ghana governor, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, in which he alluded to the fact that the financing of the gold board was inappropriate. It was misappropriation of funds, it was misuse of funds, as a result of which they recorded losses of about $900 million. The governor of the Bank of Ghana now confessed that it was a bad decision, and therefore the Bank of Ghana has discontinued with the financing of the gold board. This is what we thought the minister should be talking about, because it is his policy that led to the establishment of the gold board that has occasioned these huge losses to the state. And the minister didn't mention anything in relation to that throughout the review. Let's look at the debt size. Ghana's debt stock at the end of 2024 was 720.7 billion Ghana cedis. In October 2025, when the minister presented the 2026 budget, he boasted that they have reduced the debt stock from 720.7 billion Ghana cedis to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis. The minister boasted about this. And because of that, they were efficient managers of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as of May 2026, May this year, Ghana's debt stock stood at 720.8 billion Ghana cedis. So the 720.7 that the minister condemned, we handed over to them, which they reduced to 630.2 billion, is today back to 720.8 billion Ghana cedis. Gymnastics. Ladies and gentlemen, what they were supposed to have saved in terms of the reduction in the debt stock was 90 billion Ghana cedis. Today, they have brought back to the debt stock 90 billion Ghana cedis. Exactly what they said they have reduced in our debt stock. And this excludes the almost $1 billion they brought to Parliament for Parliament to approve this week. If you were to add that, then it will mean that Ghana's debt stock, in terms of the addition they have made to the debt stock, will be in excess of 100 billion Ghana cedis. And so, ladies and gentlemen, of all the costs that we incurred as a people to bring stability in the city, the sterilization cost, which they attributed as the basis for the decline in the debt stock, what it means that all that cost amounts to nothing. If at the end of it all, we are back to the same amount of debt stock. People must answer for this, and in due course, we will hold those people responsible for this. DDEP. The minister tried to do politics with DDEP. They have blamed the MPP government for doing DDEP and taking Ghanaians through hardship. But the minister is happy to claim the decline in the debt to GDP ratio to 45%. How did we achieve the decline? We achieved the decline because of DDEP. And so it's hypocritical. Why you will condemn a government that did the debt restructuring, and then you tend to take credit for the effect of the debt restructuring. He mentioned in his presentation that Ghana will pay 111 billion Ghana cedis in 2 years to service debts resulting from the debt restructuring. What the minister failed to say is that without the debt restructuring, Ghana would have been paying 230 billion Ghana cedis to service those debts. And so a government that has worked so hard to reduce what we would have been paying.
The minority reacting to the media budget review presented by Finance Minister Dr. Kansler to Force, and obviously not impressed by his submissions. We want to come in studio, briefly take the comments of our guests and then head back to the press conference. So Alate, you were making a point before we went to that press conference. Just quickly wrap up on that for us.
Yes, so I was making a point about the impact of the removal of some of the taxes and also just enforcing existing tax laws. So what the government has done is to avoid the introduction of new taxes and also enforce existing tax laws. So the impact has been productivity has increased, government has benefited. So even though it has removed over 7 tax handles in the last 2 years or so, government has still made a lot of tax revenue relative to when we had some of those taxes. So that's one benefit. The second thing is about the complementary policies on the fiscal and monetary side. So the introduction of the gold board and other monetary policy that's supporting the fiscal side of the economy has really helped. And I think we need that coordination to even be stronger given the global development that's happening, because that coordination with the monetary and the fiscal policy has helped stabilize the currency, has helped manage inflation. And so given what is happening at the global level where oil prices are currently going up, we are likely to have its effect coming down. And so if this coordination continues, we may not see the adverse impact as hugely as we suffered when we had some of these challenges from the global side of the economy.
Right.
Then, maybe lastly, it's on the debt. Yes, the economy is strong. we are having investor confidence returning, but the minister says he's hastening slowly going back to the capital market. So that's really helpful.
Mark Bedwabaje, you get the final say. Does the next 6 months look good for you?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, we are very much interested in stability.
In a minute, if you can.
Economy. Yes, so I think that, there's a clear indication that we are going to have that stability within the economy. I'm also particularly happy about the abolishment of the 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juice.
Okay.
We spend a lot of dollars importing fruit juice because the local manufacturers are not competitive. So if this abolishment will make them competitive, for me, it will help us. We will produce what we are consuming here, and then I think businesses will also expand to employ more people. Strangely, I didn't hear anything about the 24-hour economy.
Which we would talk about in the days to come, because there's not much news on that.
Yeah, because obviously, it's the development program that we have. And I expect that every budget from now on should focus on the 24-hour economy, so that they create the right environment for businesses to also take advantage of the incentives in there.
Mark Bedwabaje, Chief Executive, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, your Alati partner, Deloitte. Appreciate your time and your patience in the studio. We're going to head back to the press conference. My colleague, Pilos Kujobaka, will pick up coverage after that. Stay with us.
In order for the minister to tell Ghanaians that he has met that target, but he's short of that target by 2 billion Ghana cedis. He brought a wrong figure to Parliament, and that is why we think that it's criminal. He's informing the people of Ghana. He's manipulating the data to look good, whereas the facts, if you want, go and see the 2026 budget statement and look at half-year program revenue, and come and look at what he just presented today. You will see that he has reduced that program revenue by 2 billion Ghana cedis, so that he can tell Ghanaians that he has achieved the target. Revenue is not coming. They are not doing well. They are not efficient. After calling customs officials criminals for engaging in diversionary fraud, the only thing the minister could impose on customs was the AI publican system. And today he's telling us that customs revenue has increased by 15%. When we didn't have the AI, customs revenues in the past were increased by above 20%. Above 20% year on year. So what has the publican AI done after calling custom officials criminals? Ladies and gentlemen, let's now come to the issues that I think must be of concern to Ghanaians. The IMF program. Our government negotiated the IMF program. This government, the NDC, they lambasted us. They criticized us. They condemned us. But we got an IMF program with financing, $3 billion. Today, when they are touting their achievement of achieved stability, they have gone to negotiate an IMF program for 3 years without financing. The government that negotiated IMF program with $3 billion financing, you call that a bad government. And today you have gone to negotiate an IMF program, what we call the PCI, without financing for 3 years. Under which the IMF will continue to impose conditionalities on Ghana to supervise even how this government is working. If you think you are better managers of the economy, why do you need IMF supervision? Why do you need IMF guidance? So this is the deception we must point out to the people of Ghana. By the time we left government, we did so well as far as implementation of reforms were concerned. The minister said today that they have changed the model of economic management from the old system to a system that is now built on structural reforms. But let's look at how they fared with the structural reforms. Before we left government, we had achieved 79% implementation of the structural reforms of the IMF program. Our peers, Kenya, is doing 70% of implementation rate. Our peers, Zambia, they are doing 70%. This government, the NDC government, brought our structural reform implementation rate from 79% to 53%. That is the secret behind the PCI. Because the IMF told them that when the program exits, we will tell the people of the world that you failed in implementing the structural reforms. And they had to go and negotiate with the IMF. Don't do that. We will accept a PCI so that we can continue to implement the structural reforms under your supervision. That is why they accepted the PCI, which is a demonstration of failure on the part of this government. And so I want to ask them, what economic model have they introduced? What new economic model have they introduced? Nothing. The reality is that this mid-year budget left out some important issues that they promised the people of Ghana. Can you remember throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 24-hour economy? No. Did you hear a single mention of the 24-hour economy? No. Which is their flagship economic blueprint. And so the young people of Ghana must now know that this government is not going to give them the jobs they promised them. Did you hear throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 1 million coders program? No. Johnny. Again, apart from the 24-hour economy, which is about jobs for the youth, the 1 million coders program is about jobs for the youth. We didn't hear a single mention of it. The speech mentioned big push, but I can tell you that big push is not big pushing.
It needs a push.
It needs a push. Because most of the contractors have already packed out of their sites due to non-payment. The minister brought himself up when he said that they have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis to big push contractors. You have signed contracts amounting to 70 billion Ghana cedis, and you have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Minister, what are you telling the Ghanaian people? What are you telling them? And this is just half year. And now you come and boast that big push, 6.5 billion, and his colleagues will say, we have paid. 70 billion Ghana cedis. You have paid 6.5 billion, and you are boasting of that, as a result of which contractors have packed out of their site. Let me now come to growth, the growth strategy. Before the statement, the Minister of Finance provided information to the effect that the minister was coming to present a growth strategy to move from stability to growth. Throughout his presentation, the minister did not mention anything relating to a growth strategy. The entire budget review was silent on the growth strategy. And so, where are the jobs going to come from, Mr. Minister? And this is why the Ghanaian people must be aware that this government has nothing to offer the Ghanaian people. They talk more, they do little. And therefore, I have no doubt that the Ghanaian people will work with us to show this government the exit in 2028. I thank you very much for your attention. My colleagues will add.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to highlight just a few things for your attention. In the minister's presentation, I'm sure you heard him saying that as part of their fiscal reforms, they did not introduce any new taxes. You heard him loud and clear. It is our hope that you do not have a short memory, as they are hoping that you do. Remember, they've told you that the people of Ghana have a short memory. So they can tell you anything, and they believe you would have forgotten the facts. For the records, they introduced a 2% growth and sustainability levy on the gross production of mining companies, a special import levy of 2% on cost, insurance, and freight value of certain goods, and then 15% VAT on non-life insurance premiums. The fourth tax they introduced was the growth and sustainability levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. Then they also introduced the special import levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. And then the 8% Dumso levy, the one they brought almost at midnight. Before they brought the petroleum-related levies, and then what we call the fishing levy, the withdrawal of the tax exemption on marine gas oil supply to industrial fishing vessels. Those are 8 taxes that this government introduced. Yet today, the minister was telling you they hadn't introduced new taxes. Even today, if you didn't pay attention, you would have missed the fact that he introduced one more tax. Yeah. He said they are going to remove the tax exemption on bunkering. When you remove the exemption, you have introduced a tax. But this is the PRN settings that they do. They hide it in flowery language. And if you are not careful, you will not realize it. Sinamin talked about the fact that they didn't mention the numbers. This is the first time we have had a media review in which the Minister of Finance refuses to mention the revenue target.
You're still watching our extended coverage of the 2026 media budget presentation, and we've got more reaction coming through thick and fast. My colleague George Yafe has the latest from Parliament for us.
Experiencing or benefiting from all these good things that we started, and they are not appreciating it and giving us the credit. That's the problem we have, and so it's becoming very difficult for us. What's more, we're also expecting them to be very candid to Ghanaians about their flagship policy. They didn't say anything about it. I thought that was going to be the first thing they were going to talk about. I'm talking about the 24-hour economy. That's very important, and I was expecting them to at least mention something about it, but they didn't say anything about that.
One of your criticisms of this administration was not spending. At the conclusion of the speech, Dr. Akufo-Addo cataloged several expenditure items to demonstrate that they are spending. What is your response?
Where did they get the money? The money, that's our sacrifice, part of our sacrifices. We did a lot for them. I mean, and you can bear with me because you have been in this space for a very long time, and you know that most of the things that we're doing were to save the money, and they came to inherit the money. Also note that they have also now taking all the monies from these state-owned agencies into the Bank of Ghana Central to spend as a government. And note that any money they are spending now is as a result of the MPP sacrifice, and that's a fact.
But do you agree that they are spending? Because your claim was that they were not spending, that they are restraining expenditure.
No, some of the spending, so you can clearly believe and know that some of the spending are right, others are not. What did they say? They announced, the deputy minister once upon a time said that they have released an amount of money, 1.6 billion cedis to the agric minister. The agric minister came to say that nothing like that has happened. And today he repeated something like that, about 1.1 billion. Agric minister still told us in confidence that nothing has happened. So that's the fact. Most of the things they are saying here are not true. We cannot fully say that everything they said is not right, but I can confidently tell you that a lot of the points they raise here with regards to numbers are not right.
Finally, let's look at the free zones reforms that the minister said. That's your space, that it's being abused and they want to reform that space as well. What do you make of this proposed reform for the free zones?
I support it 100%. The act is outdated. I mean, clearly there's a need for an amendment to be able to make it relevant in modern day business. The Free Zones Act 504 was promulgated in 1996. We're talking about an act that is almost about 30 years or more than 25 years. So there's nothing in there again for. So my point is that what we have to do as a country is to revise or amend the act and make it relevant to modern day business. That's how come there's a lot of abuse, because most of the companies operating under the Ghana Free Zones Authority are companies. Most of the companies operating under the Ghana Free Zones Authority are companies that are abusing the system. They are not export-oriented companies. Most of them have been given licenses, and they're not even operating. It will interest you to note that during our time, we said, and it was a board fiat, that we should not grant license to commercial operators of free zones. But now, that's what they do. You go there and they are just issuing the commercial license like that, creating a lot of problems. That commercial license is the basis for a lot of fraud in the free zones system. So I support the reforms, and I believe that will save the free zones concept in this country.
No, but we are back live on TV, so let me bring back some of the questions that I was asking earlier on. That for you, your concern is that this administration is not giving you the needed credit because a lot of the gains they are reporting today is based on your sacrifice. That's what you say.
That's the truth. I mean, you know that because we have done.
I don't know. Tell me.
That's the truth. I mean, you know the sacrifices. This DEP, like DEP.
Wasn't it forced on you because of how you overspend something?
That maybe. I mean, for now, I cannot fully conclude that that's the case. But my point is that that's sacrifices we made. I mean, created the ambience or the opportunity for us as a country, I'm talking about the country as a whole, to benefit from that exercise. And so that's how come this government is enjoying. So the kind of numbers they are gaining now, I mean, they came to meet a lot of money in the system, and they are spending the money. I mean, look at this gold for reserves. What did we benefited? They benefited from the MPP government. We saved a lot of gold and increased the numbers we have. So these are things that we did that the government must appreciate and give us credit for that.
You accuse them of not spending. Akufo-Addo has catalogued expenditure items to diffuse those claims as well. Do you now accept that this administration is spending and they are spending in critical areas?
I cannot say for sure that they are spending because a lot of the numbers are not real. You know, I mean, I gave an example of what the Deputy Minister of Finance once said, that they have released 1.6 billion to the Agric Minister. Agric Minister came back to tell them that is not true. They came to tell the whole world that that's not true. Today, Akufo-Addo said again that they have released 1.1 million. And the Agric Minister has told us again in confidence that's not true. So we know that a lot of things have happened that is not true. So most of the numbers they're talking about capitalizing the
Prudential.
That one is even through an arrangement, the amalgamated arrangement. But I'm talking about the fact that the
Development Bank. Sorry.
Yes, the Women Development Bank, the capitalization of 400 million. They just said it. What is the evidence? They should prove
it's not true.
It is not true. We don't believe it. We don't believe it at all. They said they have given the Ghana Enterprises Agency an amount of almost about 10 billion to spend to support small and medium enterprises. I mean, businesses that are below 5 years now. As I'm talking to you now, we engaged them just about 2 weeks ago. Nothing like that has happened. So the numbers are just being chunked out. But in reality, most of the numbers are not real. They are not good numbers.
Well, I appreciate your time so much, and thank you so much. And we'll talk. And this is our coverage of the mid-year budget review coming to you live from Parliament. You heard the former Deputy Minister there explaining and arguing about the fact that even though some of the numbers might be accurate, there are even some problems as well with the numbers. Also, we've been engaging the former Deputy Minister or the Deputy Minister of Finance as well, and he's insisting that with what we've seen with these numbers as well, government is actually committed to maintaining that fiscal discipline going forward. The views have been mixed in terms of who you engage. If you engage those on the majority side, they think that they are on track, the numbers are doing well, things are doing good. If you engage the minority side, they think that government is still not being truthful with the numbers in terms of the actual situations on the ground as well. So these are some of the things that we are picking here. The majority think that they are on track, but the minority think a different view. So we are still trying to engage several persons here on the ground in terms of the former Minister of State and all those things about what they think about the situation as well. Honorable, thank you so much for your time and joining us for our coverage of the mid-year budget. You accused government, I asked the other colleague and I also asked you accused government of not spending. The minister in his conclusion did several line items to show that they are spending. Would you now revise your notes on the fact that government is not spending?
Yes, it's not spending. You see, first and foremost, I've been a finance committee chairman of the Metropolitan Assembly of Sekenita for 8 years. Okay, and if you are running a budget, your ability to raise the revenue is key in spending. So if you are not raising the revenue, first and foremost, it shows that you are lazy. If we give you a budget to spend and you don't spend that budget, you are also lazy.
It was just down by 1.2 billion or something.
You know what 1.2 billion means? And you see, what you should also understand is that they themselves half year, they took away 2 billion out of that money. So add that one to the 1.2 you're talking about, and it comes to about 4.2 billion. So I want you to understand that they are not performing on their revenue, and if you are not performing on your revenue, you're also not performing on the expenditure. That is why
they have cut back on expenditure. It takes discipline and prudence to cut back on expenditure.
In fact, it also takes laziness not to raise the money. It also takes laziness not to raise the money. And today, that is why you see that the ministers are fighting. The Minister for Agriculture was fighting the Minister for Finance. The Minister for Education was fighting the Minister for... A lot of the ministers there are fighting. For instance, if you take Big Push, for instance, they mentioned huge figures that they are going to spend about 70 billion. If you want to say spend 70 billion and half year, you have spent only 6.5. Ask yourself, less than 10% of that money. Are they spending? They are not spending. So we shouldn't be deceiving ourselves. Okay? Because those expenditures are key to the development of the economy. Not only about government, but also people in the private sector as well. After statutory payment, what government doesn't pay salary? Everybody pays. But the works and the projects that need to be spent on so that we can see so much being done have not been done. For instance, they talk about coders program. Did you hear that in the budget? No. They talked about...
But this is a mid-year budget, some would say.
No, but...
It's not a main budget.
But mid-year, after 1.5 years, your mid-year budget will have to show the big promises and how you are solving those problems. So if you are still paying goods and services, you are spending on only compensation, and the major projects that will affect the Ghanaian youth are not being funded, clearly you are not spending. And for me, that is laziness.
The ministers talked about, and when I engaged Ampem Nyako, he said that they are doing some rationalizations. Projects that are not seen as essential, they will move the funds somewhere. Some would say that, again, have we seen critical expenditure being frozen? We have the petrol coming in, food feeding and all those things. Some are saying that, have we seen critical expenditure being affected?
But before they came to power, were those fuel not coming in? They were coming. So the elections were not based on those existing projects that were being implemented. They were based on new hope, that Jomama was the hope. Now the youth are not seeing anything. So clearly it shows that, one, they've been lazy in raising the money, and they're also lazy in spending on the Ghanaian people. And I believe that is where the problem is coming from.
Going forward, there's this thing about fiscal discipline. What role is the minority going to play to ensure that the fiscal discipline? Because some will say that anytime there's a government in power, the numbers look good. When they move, we see the true shape of the economy.
Yes, I think that if you look at the problems we've had with the Bank of Ghana and the Gold Board, spending so much money and still making the losses, clearly these are financial losses in the states. So naturally, this one, they are in power, and we've seen it. And we are going to see more when they leave power. But the most important thing for me is that they should keep to their promises and make sure that the youth of this country can survive and thrive and then do more for themselves, their communities, and the country. And I believe that if the minister is lazy in raising the revenue, naturally, he's also lazy and unambitious in spending to make the Ghanaian people good and well.
Thank you so much, Honorable. This is our coverage of the mid-year budget review, coming to you live from Parliament, and over to you guys in studio to take over with the discussions and the analysis.
My colleague George Yafe in that interaction with the Member of Parliament for Takoradi, Kwabena Okyere-Darko-Mensah. And we want to pause for a breather. We'll be right back with the coverage.
Upgrade your print game with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySat Technologies. From all-in-one machines that print, scan, and copy to professional systems and heavy-duty production machines, we deliver unmatched performance. Right now, SkySat has an unbeatable offer. 1 entire year of free servicing on all Konica Minolta machines. That's 12 months of expert maintenance for new and existing customers. Visit our new VIP print center at Pegasus Place, Airport Residential Area for a live demonstration. Call us on 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. Again, it's 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. SkySat Technologies. Performance that delivers every time. Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better. Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
So this strategy will lead.
Oh no, not again.
Sir, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working. Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every Left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power.
Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
Upgrade your print game with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySat Technologies. From all-in-one machines that print, scan, and copy to professional systems and heavy-duty production machines, we deliver unmatched performance. Right now, SkySat has an unbeatable offer. 1 entire year of free servicing on all Konica Minolta machines. That's 12 months of expert maintenance for new and existing customers. Visit our new VIP print center at Pegasus Place, Airport Residential Area for a live demonstration. Call us on 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. Again, it's 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. SkySat Technologies. Performance that delivers every time.
This is still Joy News and our special coverage of the extended version of the 2026 media budget presentation. And of course, we've got to bring you more reactions. And this time round, we want to engage an economist, Dr. Eric Boakye-Addo, a senior lecturer at the University of Professional Studies, who is also a senior fellow at Africa Policy Lens. He joins us via Zoom for us to have this conversation. Thank you very much, sir, for making time to join us here on the extended version of the 2026 media budget presentation. Now, looking at the numbers presented today, is the economy performing ahead of what you've seen, on track, we would say, or below target?
Obviously, the numbers tell a story that we have turned the curve and that the economy is beginning to pick up. You know, if you look at even the main composite budget that was submitted somewhere last year, not much revision in terms of the macroeconomic indicators. So the numbers tell a very good story. But I said that nation building is more than numbers, and that there's a need for us to look at how the numbers translate into the lives of ordinary Ghanaian. Currently, as we speak, the GDP seems to be going upwards, and it seems, and the exchange rate is relatively stable. We have inflation, which is also within single digit. It tells a good story. But if we go to the market, you know, you will see that they are still not goods and services, or sellers are not getting people to buy their goods and services. If we look at unemployment issues, it has not changed much. The current unemployment figure as of today is not so much different as to what it used to be in 2024. The general unemployment was about 30.5, and currently it's about 13.5. Currently it is 13%. For almost 2 years, only 0.5% change. Now, when you come to youth unemployment, that is young people below the age of 25, which are generally those that have just left university. You know, their unemployment level has rather gone up. Unemployment as of 2024 December was about 32%, and currently the youth unemployment is about 32.5. You know, which has also marginally gone up. Then you come to the category of vulnerable employment. There has not been much significant change. And if you look at the GSS data, it talks about the fact that 7 out of every 10 unemployed persons are young people or are youth. So I was expecting more as in how the growth will translate into real job creation. The reason why we still have the issues of sellers selling and nobody buying is because there are no money. And there are no money because some of the people that need jobs to be able to get money to increase their purchasing power, nothing much has changed. So I was expecting a more nuance and connection between the growth and numbers we have and how it will create jobs.
I see. Let's talk about the macroeconomic indicators. The minister highlighted stronger growth, lower inflation, lower cost of borrowing costs, and even improved debt sustainability. Now, for you, which of these developments is most significant for Ghana's economic outlook?
Yes, let me pick on the debt sustainability. We have the ECOWAS convergence on the economic indicators criteria, and significant among them is your debt to GDP, which usually they peg it around 60-65. So anything below that is good. And if we look at the data as presented, it looks good. However, you will agree with me that in nominal terms, our debt levels have gone up. In the first quarter of the year, our debt level, we borrowed about 33 billion Ghana cedis. Although when you compare the ratio will tell you that the debt levels are dwindling. Is because we have rebased the GDP, and if the rebase of GDP was about 203 million Ghana cedis. So if the base is big, obviously any fraction or anything you compute as in relationship with the GDP will all other things being equal for. And we should also be mindful that the appreciation, of the city previous years and the city stability will mechanically engineer, our GDP in relation to debt. So there are a lot of factors, that I think is at play in the relation. So we should not just look at the debt to GDP, but how much we are adding on cumulatively, Then, yes, inflation is within target, it's still single digit, but the 3 months consecutive rise in inflation also tells us from around 3.2, we came to about 3.8, and I think last month we were around 5.3%. A gradual rise also gives an indication that the stability, is a little bit shaking, and there's a need for government to look at it. I can say that the government generally is attempting, to ensure that the macroeconomic indicators are correct. But what is left to be done is how these indicators translate into the everyday Ghanaian life.
I appreciate that. But from your perspective, would you say Ghana now has moved from economic stabilization to sustainable growth, or is too early? The figures that we are seeing, tells a story of things normalizing, but it does not mean that we have achieved the growth that we are looking for. It tells us that government should invest in strategic areas. When I say strategic areas that create employment, and I'm hoping to see that in the second half of the year, government will invest in their 8 flagship projects like the big push, the accelerated export program, and even the 24-hour 24-hour economy.
Yeah, the 24-hour economy. But you see, it's tricky in here. You go around the communities and they are building a 24-hour market, and you ask yourself, how do you don't wake up in the morning and buy more because there's a market near you? You buy because, number one, there's purchasing power, and there's also demand for it. So I think that, like we've been saying, 24-hour economy is a byproduct of a certain targeted growth, like investment in agriculture and industrialization. What I'm looking more to see is those industrial parks that government intend to create, and those investments, I think that it is very critical, and government should be able to
use the revenue that has been touted as an increase in revenue, to be able to invest in these critical sectors of the Ghanaian economy. Other than that, we will come around, we will have nice figures, we will present nice macroeconomic indicators, and we are not really feeling or seeing the impact in the everyday Ghanaian life.
And I appreciate the fact that you've brought in the second half of 2026. For you, what are the risks for 2026, the second part of 2026 or second half of 2026, you would say?
We are gradually doing 2 years of this administration. Next year, we are entering into the third year. And if there are any good policies, if there are anything that will promote the life of the ordinary Ghanaian, this last half of the year is a test, will be a test of it. So I am betting on the government to actually roll out the reasons why the people of Ghana voted for him. And the key is the 24-hour economy of the three-shift system that we are yet to really see to cut down unemployment. We see most of our young people leaving the university, and there are no jobs for them. And if this trend continues, we may end up having a lot of young people not transition to the university after the senior high because they don't see the prospect. They don't see what we call the education is the key. Education to which door? Education that cannot open the door of employment is a bit of a challenge. So I'm just hoping that the decision will move from cabinet and administration and all the bureaucracies and go into full implementation. Yes, of course, there's 24-hour economy secretariat that I'm sure they are working, but I think the implementation is far overdue.
And Mr. Yedom, it is imperative for us to talk more about the macroeconomic improvements. Yes, on paper, they look good, but you are saying when it comes to reality and when you go to the market, it isn't reflected. For you, what must we do to ensure we feel the real tangibles of these macroeconomic indicators?
So when we can look at the cost of goods and services. If goods and services are prices are falling, or let's say they are stable relative to my income, assume my income doesn't go up, it means that all other things being equal, I have more money to buy more goods. And here is the case that inflation is in single digit, falling. However, I'm unable to afford, Generally, it brings home to the fact that I don't have enough to spend, or if I have enough to spend, there are other important or essential costs that is eating up my revenue. One of them will be utility bills. You see, electricity and water bill has gone up for some time this year. So the money that I could have used to buy other goods from the market, I'll rather use it to pay electricity bill. I'd rather use to pay rent. Rent prices keep going up. I hear that to be able to afford a chamber and hall in some areas like Adenta side, you need to have about 1,500 cedis per month. 1,500, and in some places within that area, it's almost about 2,000 cedis. A young person who has just gotten a job, you have completed school, you want a 2-bedroom, or let's say, a single room, you may have to give about 1,000 cedis. The average salary of a first degree is about 2,000 cedis. A first degree, it's around 2,000. If you are doing a national service, which is about 700 and something, you can't use it to do anything. So it's a challenge. You have to take about 1,000 cedis for a single room, 1,500 for chamber and hall. So if you are earning 1,000 cedis, you take 1,000 cedis to pay your rent, your electricity bill, your water bill, the money is finished. So it becomes difficult to survive. So these are the critical issues, and government can support in terms of the rate at which the prices of utilities are going up. Yes, we understand that we are not paying the tariff we are supposed to pay per the IMF criteria and all that. What we are paying is still low. And we are paying, what they are paying is so low is because a lot of people have done illegal connection. There are inefficiencies in the system. These government institutions are unable to clear the inefficiency. So the few people that are paying the tariff, they keep heaping up and piling up the cost on them. So utility is one major factor that we need to look at if we want to cushion the average Ghanaian. You see, if we look at last month inflation of about 5.3%, the greater part of that inflation was contributed by goods produced locally. Goods produced locally, inflation on it was around 6.7, which was contributing close to about 80% of the inflation figure. If goods produced locally are expensive, basically one of the major drivers is utility bills, power, water, and all that. So if a household are paying high cost, I say high cost relative to their income. Businesses are paying high cost of utility in order to keep operating. Then it becomes difficult even for expansion for these local industries. So we need to look at the tariff bit. Other than that, the numbers will mislead us, and we think that we may think that we've done so much, yet beneath it, there's a real struggle and challenges.
All right, but one more thing before I introduce Anthony Morrison, who is the Chief Executive of the Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana. The Media Budget Review introduced implementation updates on VAT reform, customs reform, digital revenue administration, and even the publican AI. Which of these reforms are likely to improve the business environment, and which, of course, may increase compliance burdens, you think?
Well, I think the challenges with the publican AI is real. And today, the deputy, I was on your sister station with the deputy president for Guta, and he was complaining bitterly about the publican AI and the fact that the issue with it, especially in overvaluation, needs to be addressed. And he also admitted that the government is taking some steps towards addressing those challenges. For example, you are importing or you are bringing goods, and the AI will look around and pick a price. Let's say you are bringing a laptop. The laptop from China, the price is likely to be different from the laptop in the UK or in other European countries. But yet it will look around and pick a price to assess your import duty. And he gave a classical case of somebody who brought a container worth of goods, and the duty was a 20-feet container, around 50,000 Ghana cedis. About 2 months down the line, that same size of container, the import clearing was about 100,000. So the issues are clear, and it makes compliance a bit difficult. Yes, we like the innovation, bringing AI to be able to help in terms of determining the value of items. But I think their concerns need to be addressed. When tax system is clear, it by naturally encourage compliance. So I'm sure the GRA, in good faith, will do something about it. But I also say that abolishing that flat rate system and introducing the new VAT system that has reduced the tax by about 1.9% is also something that we will encourage. But then the Guta, they are complaining that about 18 different forms of levies and taxes that they are paying is still too high. And I think that government needs to have a listening ear in this case.
Dr. Eric Akufo-Addo, thank you very much for your time. I'm glad you could join us here on JoyNews. Now, we want to bring in Anthony Morrison this time around. Anthony, government announced measures to support agro-processing, including removing the 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juices and investing in agricultural roads and transport infrastructure. Now, question to you is, how significant are these measures for agribusiness?
Well, thank you very much, and very good evening to your cherished viewers. First of all, we want to commend the President for staying true to his promise. We remembered meeting with the President during the CEO's engagement earlier in the year. And I personally, on behalf of the industry, speaking as the CEO of the Chamber, made a plea to the President that that's a major concern if we are to address the targeted promise in terms of achieving the exports that we're talking about. So there and then the president asked the finance minister to consider a review of that. And we want to commend the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and also the finance minister for doing this great service to the industry. If you can recall, we have lost our competitive advantage when it comes to pineapple. Benin, as small as they are the biggest pineapple producer now in Africa. All our fruit juice companies are importing heavily from Benin now. Before the COVID, we were the biggest. As it stands now, we've lost the entire pineapple industry. We only have 2 commercial farms now left. So we think that this will go a long way to revitalize the pineapple sector and also drive some exports. You know, previously pineapple was the biggest fruit exporter among all the fruits, but now we have lost it. We also want to commend the president once again because if you are talking about creating jobs, jobs in the very physical level that are supporting economies, these are the areas that you can count. We're talking about the mango factories, the cashew processing facilities, the fruit juice, the dry fruits, and several derivatives that we are talking about. And this is what we want to see in real terms that are going to contribute positively towards the agro-industry sector.
But are farmers and agribusinesses benefiting from the improved macroeconomic conditions?
Well, these are the things that we also need to look at. We're talking about 5.3% in terms of inflation and 14% in terms of the policy rate, 45% GDP. Are these the fundamentals that are delivering the farm gate price? No. Are these supporting additional food from the farm gate onto the market? No. Are these enhancing critical interventions within the agriculture sector? No. One of the things the Chamber has been very clear is that as a country, we need to look at, once again, at how we are decentralizing and implementing national projects. We are of the strongest view that it is time we have one ombudsman, one structured strategic national agro-industry development strategy that is addressing the current situation we have in the country. One doesn't know what kind of strategy we are implementing, and this is also not helping in terms of addressing issues with regards to investment mapping from both private sector and also at the foreign level. So there is more to be done. We're talking about the 30 days industry consultation on the custom exercise, which the previous speaker has alluded to. We're talking about the farmer industry, especially on the side of the new cocoa pricing mechanism, the FOB price, and most importantly, talking about the poultry and the livestock sector. And let me be clear here, being in this industry for several years, having worked at several global levels and supporting other African governments, any government that seeks or sought to achieve any successful reliance and food security and to also agro-industrialize itself must be looking at putting livestock first. In terms of livestock, we are achieving clear targets in terms of your food security, in terms of your export, your agro-processing derivatives, your biomass support for energy consumption, and quite a lot. So we have, over the years, been fixated with food security, and yet end up importing more than $5 billion worth of food annually. We need to be clear, where do we put livestock production? If we put livestock as our strategic roadmap, we will be clear that we are achieving not only the protein needs of this country, but also we are also achieving the nutrition and other derivatives that are needed. If you look at it, we import poultry, we import frozen chicken, frozen meat, livestock from Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and several places. The cost of that on the economy is quite impactful. So we need to look at most of these things and to be consistent as well. Talking about the African Union CADEP, 10% incremental in terms of our national budgetary allocation towards the agriculture sector is another target that we need to be looking at. And also, agribusiness credit. We're talking about the fact that interest rates has fallen, but it's still not easy to access credit in terms of the financial institutions. How are we creating the enabling environment that to make it easier for farmers and other industrial players? And one thing I also want to add that as a country, I think the failure of our agribusiness or agriculture sector policies over the past almost 70 years have contributed to what we are experiencing now. It is time we redesign the sector strategy, move away from the dogmatic of smallholder farmers, because smallholder farmers syndrome does not agro-industrialize and transform agroeconomies. You need to be able to handhold them, and you need commercial farmers who are able to deliver efficiency in terms of the raw materials that are going to go into agro-processing and other sectors. And this is where we can be competitive with our pricing mechanism, because there are so many efficiencies on the side of the smallholder farmer economy where they do not use hybrid seeds or they do not use the right technology, so they are unable to come up with the right yields. And besides, their pricing mechanisms are also expensive. But then, if we are doing more on the commercial level, we are creating jobs, we are increasing yields, we are intensifying mechanization, we are bringing on board other innovative areas like IoT, precision farming, precision agriculture, drones and sensors deployment, and we are also intensifying irrigation.
All right.
We are achieving several of these targets that we have set for.
All right, Anthony, very soon we shall be wrapping up the conversation with you, but you've highlighted key issues. What should government prioritize before the end of year to strengthen food production and exports?
Well, there are two things that we need to do. A few days ago, the Chamber released a snapshot of how we are creating jobs in other countries. First and foremost, what is important for production to take place is market. You need to secure market guarantee. And what we have over the past years and what we experience now is that we do not have market, and market is not guaranteed, it's not consistent. We need to lock up market. And for production to take place and to be able to achieve what we are looking for, government needs to come up with a design. The Chamber have worked on several designs in view of backstopping government activities, but they are not listening. I think it's time that they listen to what the Chamber and its partners have been doing over the years. These are supporting other countries. Unfortunately, our own governments are not listening to the private sector. Private sector has a key role. So we need, first of all, to look at backstopping all our activities. There is a need for us to establish, and a lot of people have challenges with establishing, but these are establishments that are going to unlock the potentials. We need to be deliberate. Now, we need the Industries Development and Regulatory Authority. That one, first and foremost, you can't do anything about it. If you are encouraging farmers to produce, to process, and meanwhile, there is no deliberate attempt to make sure that we are actually backstopping or how to create the industries, it must be intentional. What kind of industries should be created? Where are the skills coming from? Where is the energy? What sort of energy should we be looking at? What kind of enclave? Now, the Chamber is even facilitating a number of the Common Africa Agro-Parks initiatives. Okay, this morning we had a lot of discussion on it. We settled on cassava and cocoa. We are also moving on to palm. So there is some need for us to be deliberate. Who is creating the raw material map? And the final one would be that the enabling environment must be locked. You can't have a system where you are asking agro-industry players to model around a 24-hour economy model, where they are incorporating the model in terms of doubling or tripling their processing and production. Now, when they go onto the market, their prices are expensive because they are competing with cheaper imports. Government must take a stand. And one of the areas we are asking government to start is rice. As we speak, we have over 500,000 metric tons of paddy rice in the system. What we are saying is that government must stop importation of processed rice and import paddy rice. Now,
and even chicken.
Yes, of course. So I'm coming to that. The fact is that the moment you stop importation of processed rice and you bring in paddy rice, you are not going to create jobs. You are going to create an enabling environment that will get the livestock sector to take off. Because there will be the paddy waste. There will also be other derivatives from the rice processing that goes to support the feed, okay, for this livestock. So there are and we're talking about over $5 billion that will be retained in country, while there will also be influx of high technology machines that will encourage quality rice to be processed in country. And this will also provide an opportunity for investors to then invest directly into production of rice. You see, market is key, and market requires certain critical standards to be available. So for us to be able to do that, market guarantee measures, access to credit, that takes into consideration the production cycle, must all be, and regulatory regimes must support indigenous processing. And indigenous processing must be strengthened with other government infrastructures and tools for us to be competitive. China is doing that for their local markets, local industry. America is doing that. EU is doing that. And where we bring in the rice, Thailand, India, Vietnam, Pakistan are all doing that. So why can't we do it?
We hope to get there one day. Thank you very much, Anthony Morrison, Chief Executive of the Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana, sharing your perspective with us here on Joy News on the back of the 2026 media budget presentation. And that's a package by way of production. I am Pius Kujubaka. Feel free to log on to myjoyonline.com. You can get all the fallout from the 2026 media budget presentation. See you soon. Prime News will be on at 7 o'clock. Do stay on.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-98